So here we are. Welcome back, Terry.
Round number 4.
May the 4th be with you. And I was waiting for that the Star Wars reference, and it seems that it was our destiny.
Well, I think we had our challenges today, but I'm sure you've got it right now. We've obviously had a bit of input from some of the other guys, you know, everybody throwing in their assistance to try and get this race up and running, and I don't foresee any problems. I think we've got it sorted out, so let's hope that we have a good 5.5 hours of good solid racing.
That is 100%, because the whole idea was for us to still finish around about the 11 o'clock mark. So for those who have been patient, thank you very much. There has been a little bit of a change in terms of the driver lineup, and that's because car 101, who is Stephen Smith, he's moved up the order with Jason Landsberg, because he's done a little joining of the forces with Matthew Carter.
Yeah, no, actually, I was just actually chatting with them in the Discord now, and they're pretty chuffed. I think Matt New is in for a hell of a race. Starting off as a 12-hour race on his own, but he's got Steven. They've moved across into the Aston Martin. Setups are loaded, and they're all pretty chuffed and pretty confident with this. I think they're starting in 5th position, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, that should be where they start off when we get into the lineup. 10 seconds left of the little practice session that the guys had to get in, and we do have. So while we lost one team, we gained another one, because we got in 11th place. There he is. You might recognize him, Daniel de Villiers. Joining with Alan Patterson in the PWSR team, who have come and had a very, very late entry. And that's a very interesting...
And that was also a late entry.
Current and next lap invalidated there by Daniel de Villiers.
Return to pits. Ooh.
What was ooh?
That I see they did a very good run into the out of bounds area there. So, but yeah, I think Bill, we got it sorted out now. So let's see, good racing, and I think just as far as the starting order goes, for everybody to know that when we started with our technical glitches, we had run just short of an hour of the race, and we decided that we would start this race fresh. However, we would keep the guys in their current positions as when the race ended due to our technical issue.
100%. So we can run through those starting orders quickly. So in come on, give me the screen I want.
More to go up.
So there we go. In first place, Tariq Adams, kart 33. In second place, Mahat Musa, driving with Isham Domingo. Isham, we haven't seen him on track yet. Christian Deploy, he is in third place. The 213, Henry Mayer in the Teletubbies. McLaren, currently 4th. Stephen Smith, 5th. As you had mentioned in the car 101, Van Skuman, 433, 6th place in Pandacity. Mark Hennebury, he's going to be in 7th place next to Ulrich de Jager. And in 9th place, Gerard Pretorius in 9th for LTR. Marius Bortma, the 10th place there for him, with 2 of his teammates currently suffering with internet connections. And Daniel de Villiers, 11th place, will bring up the rear for the start.
Yeah, I think Morris is going to run all the way until hoping that his teammates' internets get sorted out. So Morris could be in for the long haul for a while until one of the guys can get hold of him and say, right, let's do a driver change and let somebody jump in and take over.
And that's the whole idea. Is essentially you want to be able to get as far into the race as possible. Hopefully, his teammates are able to get in And look, this would be the second time we've done this stint timer. We had no issues on the first one that we ran. We tried to take the mandatory pit off so that guys could drive the car alone. We've had to bring that back in, and that's exactly the reason why we've got the likes of Stephen and Matthew driving together, because we just could not afford to take another risk of having two solo drivers racing for the next 5.5 hours.
Oh, we're almost green for go.
That we are indeed. So there is the red light. We should have a green. So we are a green and racing once again. May the 4th be with you here at Paul Ricard, and Mohat Musa on the fastest line on the inside, but Christian Deploy, he's going to have a slot on the inside, but that's going to put Mohat Musa on the inside. Will Henry may be able to go around in a little bit of a contact? Just not enough space here. Henry is going to slowly but surely come back on track. Mohat Musa slots right in behind him. And further down the field.
I think Musa actually clipped the curb there and bounced him off into Meyer, sending Meyer out wide, but Meyer's managed to recover and make up the position. So looks like they've threaded the needle and managed to get through without anyone severe damage or any problems.
So the man who's making all the moves currently is Daniel de Villiers. Started down in last place, is now up into 8th position, moving up 3 places, and has Matthew Carter firmly in his sights. And it is the 2 Genesis teams out in front, with the Genesis Esports taking the lead. In second place, the Genesis Academy, putting lots and lots of pressure on that McLaren ahead of you.
These guys are nice and close. The guys are pushing her hard already. You can see throwing the car around, but yeah, the Genesis guys are obviously down that back straight, right on top of each other. I wonder if team orders came into play to say, right, just hold station until we actually open up a bit of a lead, or can get some clear air in between us and the guy running in third, Meyer.
Mark Hennebury up 1 position. We do have a penalty warning that has come from Matthew Carter, so I wonder whether that was off a start, but he has a drive-through penalty for his efforts so far, so we'll definitely have to go back and see there. I do see that there was contact further down, and that was between Marius and I think it was Daniel de Villiers. We did miss it off stream, unfortunately.
I saw that come up on the screen there, Bill. Obviously was pushing hard to try and make a position starting at the back of the field, a little bit out of sync. You know, obviously with not being able to have the qualifying session to sort of slot the guys in their sort of correct running positions as such. But De Villiers is obviously pushing on now, and let's just see what happens, because I think he's a guy to keep an eye on. But in the meantime, I see that McLaren in the front has pulled a couple of car lengths away from their teammate in second position, and with the McLaren following closely.
So Henry Meyer is right up behind the back of Christian Deploy. That McLaren definitely has legs. Is he going to have enough of that inside grip? We saw Christian do that little squeezing movement on the inside and jump out to the outside, called it. So as they go side by side, Christian is able to still hang on to that position, having forced Henry Meyer to just slow down, just so that he could still make it through that corner. But now coming up and putting lots of pressure on the back of Mohat Musa now is Van Skuman for the Pandacity team.
Yeah, Mohat was unbelievable in the wet. I mean, the way that he reeled in the Teletubbies McLaren, but we're out in the dry, sun's out, and all of a sudden we've got a totally different race on our hands here. The Panda City car is pushing now big time to putting pressure on Mohat for for the next couple of laps. But I must say, Dill, good start to the race. The guys are right on it.
So we can, as we look down the start-finish straight, you can see the long line of cars. Matthew Carter has unfortunately fallen back a bit, having needed to go and get their drive-through cleared. But I'm sure head down, still going to be chasing Ulrich de Jager, currently in 10th place, as his primary target.
Yeah, unfortunately, I think Matthew Carter probably got caught out with going, as the race went green, he might have just been over the speed limit for the starting procedure, something along those lines. I didn't see anything else that looked out of sorts on that for him. But the one thing you got to bear in mind that Matthew Carter has put in a lot of time and effort driving the McLaren. As you know, he was obviously driving a one-man stint all the way through, all 12 hours. And next minute, he just got the call and said, hey, you are now in an Aston Martin. Here's a setup, and you've got a teammate, and let's do this.
So I'm sure they will be re-strategizing in terms of what it is that they need to get sorted. Ulrich de Jager going in through the pits. I wonder whether there was some damage that was picked up there through probably some of the contact. We'll definitely have to just go back and see what's happened there.
Yeah, you might find that Ulrich, obviously, the damage was going to, he knew, we've got a 5.5 hour race now. If you start losing time in the beginning of the race, you just obviously fall off the bus. So I think that he's probably made a call to say, right, let me get it fixed now. It is effectively a pit stop with a damage repair. And, get it sorted out and get back up to pace and get out there,
So just having a look at what's happening from a timing point of view. We've got Tommy out in front, 54.5 last lap. Christian Deploy, 55.3. Henry Mayer, 55.6. So these guys are right on it. But check that out, is Mahat Musa is... that's sure. That confused me a little bit. So that's Ulrich de Jager getting out of the way.
Yes.
Because I for a moment there, it looked like Ulrich de Jager had got himself right onto the back of the Project Vapor car, but that definitely was not the case.
Yeah, Ulrich is definitely a lap down. I think that he got caught by the guys as he was exiting the pit lane. We spoke about that earlier in a couple of other previous sessions, that you've got that white line that runs all the way down to to turn one. So obviously the guys had to take a bit of evasive action, keeping on the left-hand side, and Ulrich fed out, and I think he fed out just behind Henry Mayer by the time everybody had reached turn one.
So quite an interesting little turn of events. So you can see purple sectors there for Christian Deploy. So currently the fastest man on track, 54.3. And he is now reeling in Tommy, the Frenchman. I have not been corrected on how to say his name, so will not attempt it just yet. But then Henry Mayer now also within a second of Christian. So these three are really matching each other just about lap for lap.
Yeah, I think Christian's definitely pulling Henry along with him. And you can see that Tommy obviously had pulled a bit of a gap, but Christian has reeled it in a bit. So, that purple, all those sectors, obviously he's put in a lap time that's gained him a bit of ground again to get back up there and sit on the back of Tommy, and bringing Henry with him. So if this carries on like this race is going to be 5.5 hours of sprint racing. It's not even going to be an endurance race.
Yeah, I definitely agree with you. So just jumping a little bit further down the order, and there is the battle on here between Gerard Pretorius and Marius Botma ahead. So it is the two LTR teams. And from a lap time, they are just about matching each other. And that is not only on their fastest lap, but their previous lap as well is 57.2, 57.3. But then their fastest 56.3 and 56.2. So I think it's going to pan out to be a pretty interesting race down there as well.
Yeah, and Bill, the one thing I say, I think Marius is kind of out of his comfort zone a little bit, because as much as he likes to have an engine behind him in his race cars, it's certainly not a prancing horse. So he tends to be in the Porsche most of the time. So the fact is that he's doing a good job, with the pace. We know Marius can drive any car, but the Porsche is certainly his preferred weapon of choice for any form of racing, sprint racing or endurance racing. So he's doing a good job to hold on there. And once Marius gets more and more comfortable, I think you'll see some impressive lap times coming out of him. It is a new car for him. I mean, he's done no races in the Ferrari as such. So, now just thinking now, he should have probably jumped in the Porsche, because it sounds like his teammates are not going to be joining him anytime soon. I think you would have seen a different race altogether.
The teammates we are talking about is Jason Farmer and Ruan Pretorius. So both, Ruan Heineke, Ruan Pretorius. Both in very different parts of the country, yet both of them, internet just freaked out, and neither one of them are able to get internet. So definitely going to need to keep an eye on what's happening there.
Yeah, I think if there's a wrong time for them to be sorting out service provider issues, it's definitely on a Saturday when we've got a 12-hour endurance for SARCO and NAG,
Oh my goodness. So yes, and if you have just joined us, you'll see the timer down to 5 hours and 19, and that is because this is the fourth time we are up and running. We have had some difficulties, to say the least, and those difficulties are us having weird glitches in the simracing.gp world. But then also our little backup plan didn't quite work out either. We had just under an hour of racing there, and then we used those positions to reset, went back into a simracing.gp, and unfortunately the gremlin that we had tried to resolve was still there. But fortunately, we're up and running again.
Yeah, well, it looks like things are running smoothly, so let's just hold thumbs. Let's get through the first hour, and we certainly haven't done 6 hours and 20 minutes of racing as such, but we've had 6 hours and 20 minutes of headaches.
Of drama.
Sorting that all out. But you know what, one thing I say, heads up to, kudos to the guys, no complaints, no unhappiness, and now all of a sudden the guys are in the zone, and they're getting their laps done.
So we can have a little look as we jump on board with Gerard Pretorius. Chasing down Marius, and nice and wide entry here in through the last corner, turn number 13, and as we go past the pit exit, you'll see just how tricky this pit exit is, because you've got the pit exit lane that comes right in front of you. It's in that braking zone, and Gerard on the brakes a little bit late there, or was it Marius a little bit early, but manages to get that car turned and moved out of the way. So then into this interesting braking point to turn number 13, get the car straight, then down into second gear, get it rotated, then bang, down into first. You can touch the curb on the inside, run the curb, careful of the yellow stuff on the outside, because then you do get a track warning. He does stay middle of the track, but you can take lots of this inside curb, and I see guys generally stay away from that, whereas the faster guys will have their left wheel just about off the red and just clipping that inside, and it is a mammoth of a straight down here. And I'm looking at some of the top speeds so far. 284 by Mark Hinnebury. That is the fastest speed that we have, and you can see as they go past the little red line just before touching the brakes and turning in, and they're back on the power at turn number 8. That's where the speed is being picked up. Then you want to brake, just let the car coast, let it settle, then the corner tightens up, you get back onto that power. Caution of the exit here, you can get a track limit cut there. Then you brake in a straight line, then it's a late apex. Looks like Gerard's turned in just a little bit too early. It just pushed him a little bit wide there off the curb. Then ride the inside curb through 11, then a little straight line braking here into 12. Also, different line there that I would take. Touch of the curb on the inside, and that is essentially your lap. Just looking in the background.
I'm going to step out quickly. I'll be back with you guys now for some more commentary.
Awesome. Thanks so much for joining us, Terry. So we're just looking a little bit further back, and it does look like Mohat Musa has just fallen off the pace just a little bit there, where the three in front, 154.3, 154.1, 154.3. So 0.2 of a lap time separating those three drivers, where Mohat Musa just dropping 0.9 of a second there. And unfortunately in the 155.2s now. But still lots and lots of race time to go. Person I am quite interested in currently is Mark Hennebury. So up one place from where he was on the starting grid. And is starting to just pull a couple tenths here and there, lap by lap. And is starting to close up onto Van Skuman. One of the other very interesting things is that these have all been the first drivers that have been in and out of the, should I say, the shenanigans. We haven't really seen any of the second or the third drivers jumping in yet, so that is most definitely one of the things, and I'm pretty sure that there's a little bit of frustration that has come through some of the drivers waiting with anticipation. We're now 6 hours essentially into the event and haven't even been able to get into the race. So Mark crosses the line, 155.3 versus Vanna's 155.5. So another 0.2 of a second gain there for Mark Hennebury and the Slick Racing Ferrari. Christian Deploy still 1.5 seconds behind. Well, that was actually a great shot of seeing how much of that curb Christian Deploy actually had taken there. Down the long straight. It is the longest straight of all the tracks currently, I think. I think it's actually longer. No, I don't think it's longer than... No, it can't be. I was thinking about the Nürburgring track, but I don't think it's longer than that. So the man who is still holding a fast bait there is Marius, currently in 8th place. He does have Gerard Pretorius closing up behind him, 15.5.9. So that seems to kind of be where the current pace is for the midfield. So Mohat 55.4, Van Skuman 55.5, Mark Hennebury 55.3, Daniel De Villiers 55.5, 55.9 for Gerard, and a 56.1 for Marius. So he would need to find a couple of tenths there if he wanted to start closing up on some of the drivers ahead of him. So for those who are currently watching, let's give away another NAG magazine. And all you need to do is just give us a comment, say hi, and we'll put your name down and make sure that you get yourself a NAG magazine. So there we go. Thank you, Chase, for putting in your hi. Christian Deploy within a second now. till that BMW definitely is looking very racy at this point. Even from a average race pace, an average lap, is that he is just closing up a little bit here and there. Tommy has done the fastest lap of a 53.995. And Mohat Musa for Project Vapor, down 2 places from where he started, had an absolutely incredible comeback drive in the rain on the restart. Is in 4th place, but still lots of racing still to go here. So Mohat's fastest lap was his last lap with a 155.8. 0.08, not an 8. And I was watching the gap between Mark Hennebury and Van Skuman, and it seems to just be giving just enough pressure to just keep pushing him along. And to answer that question, Tinnis, is we don't know whether it was the I'd say it's a tricky question, because I did see your question come up, say, are the servers giving trouble again? It wasn't necessarily their servers, is that it was us running it through simrace.gp. What had happened was one of the settings that we had put up for some reason completely glitched out, and it didn't allow a stint timer to not run. So everyone was kicked back into the pits, which completely ruined everyone's race. And then we reset the server running off one of our servers from Nutanix. We got just before an hour in, and then that server hit a GPU warning of 99%, and they kicked everybody out. We then restarted on simracing.gp. We gave everybody a little bit of a gap to say, guys, we'll be back in an hour, go take a break, we'll come back, and then we'll do an additional 6-hour race. What then happened is we went and changed all the settings, got all the teams to re-register, and on the start, the same glitch that we thought we had avoided had actually come back. So we brought the stint timer back in, but made it thousands and thousands of seconds so that people don't necessarily need to worry about the stint timer. So we have definitely had our challenges, is all I can say politely. There are way more, what's that word I can say, way more eloquent words that I'm able to use that will definitely say exactly how I feel. But that would not be family friendly, unfortunately. So, very interesting that you say that. Sorry guys, I'm actually seeing the things coming up. Yeah, Paul Fenter, you hit it on the head there. Go grab your cocoa nuts. It's exactly that. Just want to make sure that there is no sound coming through here. But there is, so I can't use that tab. Let's go see what is happening further up the field, because old Gerard. Gerard and Amaris Botma still having an almighty challenge here. So, Tennis, interesting yet you said that. Thank you very much for saying that we were kicking coconuts. Just give us some more information on Celtic. I had a strong STR with a Celtic on there. That is fantastic. Ooh, looks like Gerard is going to go around the outside. So Marius holds that line. Just squeezes out. Gerard just tries to go up on the inside. Not able to get the move done through turn number 9. But these two having an almighty battle. So part of the Celtic tuning support is we did a season where we actually had VA Auto as one of our sponsors, and with them they supplied the tuning on the Celtic tuning. And there is some discussions in terms of them wanting to get involved again. And I said, well, with pleasure. They are able to come and assist and see how they want to get involved. So currently, if people do just find out more about them, spread the word, see how much of that corner is being cut there. Absolutely incredible. Christian Deploy is closing up within a second now to Tommy just ahead of him. But I'm pretty sure there are some team orders at play here. I'm almost certain of it. So Morris in his SARCO colored abomination colors. And that is something that links off the simracing.gp. We don't know where it is, because that is the original LTR colors. The one that Marius is in is a combination of... I did see that there was a yellow flag warning that came up. So I just want to go back here and see what happened there with Matthew Carter. And this replay brought to you by Celtic Tuning Midrand. Okay, so that was the yellow card. So it was just at that rear, just rotated a little bit too much, which took him off. So he was unfortunately taken off the track, but at least no damage or anything done, and he gets back to the racing. Fantastic. So guys, if you do want to find out more about Celtic Tuning, the contact number is in the description below. Give them a call, tell them I sent you, because every little bit of helping a local business definitely does go a very, very long way. So what would be amazing is that if Tommy could join us in the Discord a little bit later, just so that I could learn how to pronounce his surname. Tommy Razere. Razere. See, I'm trying to add like a little French twang to it, as that McLaren looked a little bit squirrelish coming off the curbs at turn number 9, or turn 8, then into turn 9, which has helped Christian Deploy really close up that gap in that BMW, and is now within half a second of the Genesis Sports team ahead. But again, this battle between Gerard Pretorius and Marius Botma has been going on for at least the last 8 laps or so. And Marius is putting that little slip of the rear there for Marius, and just allowing Gerard to go through. So now, will Morris be able to get his head down and follow Gerard Pretorius through as Gerard goes a little bit sideways? That car goes very, very sideways. I wonder whether that is due to the overheating. I'm looking at the track. It is saying that it is sunny at 23 degrees, track temps at 30. Knowing that these guys did come from a wet scenario server to now looking a little bit hot, so I'm definitely sure that the tire temps and pressures are going to come into play here. So guys, we are giving away some NAG magazines and we are looking for a next winner. So the next person to drop us a comment and say, hey, send me my mag, we'll do exactly that and send you your mag. But this is the battle I have been wanting to find out. Are there team orders? And will Christian be able to get himself ahead? Dennis Buerta saying he's switching from Facebook to YouTube because that's where the cool kids are. So he had a Celtic tuned 2.5 Ford Focus ST. It was rated at 215 kilowatts, 418 newton meters of torque, solid turbo, and he gives him a thumbs up. Yes, man. Hey, and Dennis, you're right. Hey, send one mag. So, Dennis Buerta, we will send you a NAG magazine. So as the two leaders get right up behind Matthew, he does go wide, allowing them to go through at a very precarious turn at number 5. But this is where it is all going to be about that straight line speed of the BMW versus the McLaren. And that Aston Martin is looking extremely quick. It does look like he is just coming off just a little bit, but left and right between the McLaren and the BMW. Will there be a look on the inside? Come on, camera, change. But the BMW has been able to get ahead. So that means that Christian Deploy has now moved himself up into first place ahead of Tommy in second in that McLaren. And he has been able to get the car slowed up and turned in. You can see little ABS motion of the brakes to get that car slowed down. But this has been an absolute great drive so far by Christian Deploy. As we go over the 30-minute mark, we are now 5 hours left to go. So Christian getting that car rotated, and it just looks like that BMW is getting out of the corners a little bit better now. So I'm almost certain that that has got something to do with tires. Probably the tires heating up, getting a little bit hot. We did see Henry Mayer in the race earlier on, even though he was in the wet, that car was getting extremely wayward. And just wondering whether there is something to do with the way the two different cars are wearing their tires. But Christian Deploy, a solid effort here so far. But look at this is still going on. The battle for 8th and 9th plates. Marius versus Gerard. It's absolutely awesome to see that even though Gerard was able to get ahead by just, dare I say, forcing a mistake of Marius. Marius going a little bit too deep. Just lost the rear, allowed Gerard to go in. And Marius is still keeping him at bay here. Yeah, Tinus, I definitely have to agree with you. Tinus saying that the BMW has a chilly map loaded. Yes, man. Oh goodness. Yeah, that BMW definitely is nice and quick down the straight. And you can see Tommy just losing a little bit of time here to Christian in the BMW. Tommy's last lap for 56.6, so definitely that pace in that McLaren is falling off. But with no lap timers, no stint timers, it's quite interesting to see which of the cars would be able to go the longest. Whether is there some sort of fuel conservation that can be done? Is there some sort of tire management that can be done to help just get you past the requirement of that time? Because essentially, if each person does a 60-minute stint, you still got that half an hour. So the idea is to try and do 5 stints of at least an hour and 10, so that you are making up that one pit stop. So just looking at the time comparison of Henry Mayer, 155.3 is there for him. So he has also just starting to drop back off the pace there, having started in 4th place. He is up into 3rd, and in the background there we do see the Aston Martin of Matthew Carter. But the battle of the LTR team, this is Marius Botma versus Gerard Pretorius. Gerard driving with, where is, there they are. Gerard driving with Rob and Etienne. So we'll still see them coming through. And the Purple Turtles, and it was Lucas who was caught up earlier on. You can see that they are a lap down with Matthew, having already done a pit stop. And there was the one drive through by Matthew Carter. So Lucas will be handing the car over to either Ulrich de Jager or Flip van Zyl, depending on the strategy there. The advantage that Morris does have is this one beautiful thing called Mamba Fever, because we all know that it is a thing. So Morris just needs to get a little bit closer, get that green Ferrari a little bit closer up to the rear, just fill those mirrors with green, and we'll be able to start putting that fever on. People say it's not a thing. I'm telling you, it is a thing. Wow, we were. So we see Ruan Heineke has jumped on saying, let's go Team LTR. Ruan, the question we have for you is your internet up and running? Are you going to be jumping in the car next with Marius? Or are you still trying to figure out some sort of plan there? So confirmation there from Ruan that he is in, and I'm sure itching to have a go. So Marius gets a great drive down the straight. He is going to be on the outside. Gerard will be on the title line. Marius has to just brake a little bit earlier, just to try and make sure that he gets through that corner. Got distracted there. Ruan saying that Jason unfortunately is still down. Oh, Gerard going wide. Marius following him. But both of them able to get through there without any little bit of further contact, any crashing or whatsoever. Yes, Ruan, I do love the livery. Still don't know how that one is still in the system. Definitely a private joke there, but it should be the gold livery. Where and how this has come about, who knows. Nevertheless, this is currently where all the racing action is happening between Gerrit Pretorius and Marius Botma. Both LTR teams fighting for that 8th place. Vanus Kumman for a Pandacity. He is currently up 1 place from where he had qualified. And kind of sitting in between Mohat Musa, 5 seconds behind him. But he is doing slightly faster lap times at this stage as we approach the 40-minute mark. Ruan saying intense battles, and I'm pretty sure that the two of them, Ruan would be in the chat. Oh, that was close, because if you touch those little markers, that means that there is a track limit there, and gets added to your time, and after 3 warnings, the 4th one is a drive-through for your sins. Ruan saying no team orders, and that's between Amarius and Gerrit, and I can imagine there won't be. But Amarius now right on the heels of, and this was where Marius had run himself wide, and Gerrit was able to capitalize the last time round. And just looking at those lap times, Marius gaining 0.3 of a second on that last lap. But where Marius seems to just be getting that little edge up on Gerrit is through turns 4, 5 and 6. It just looks like the setup that he's got is just able to get that drive out a little bit sooner than what Gerrit is, and he is able to get that slipstream advantage and close up that speed. Just talking about speed, just from a top speed point of view, so if you look at the little track map, there is a little red dot on the map. That is where we are picking up the speed trap, and currently the fastest car is shared between Marius at 284 and Mark Hennebury 284. Ruin saying that they have 12 seconds of damage. Whoa, Tennis making lots of trouble there. Saying if there's no team orders, then you can bump past. Some others did it on the same track. No. So according to the SARCO etiquette rules, that if you read them, Tennis, it is written in there that you cannot do that. Ah, Mr. AD. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Thank you very much for joining us. It should be AD emoji Boland. So lots and lots of action happening here down at P8 and 9. And the current race leader, Christian Deploy, 2 places up from where he started on the grid, and has 3.1 seconds there in the background. You can see that is Tommy, 2nd place for the Genesis Esports team. It's Christian using as much of that curb as possible. You can see ran that car nice and wide, then keeps it nice and tight here through turns number 11. Actually want to try get a better angle through 12, because it does seem like he is taking a tighter line through there. And just staying away from those little vertical boards on the exit there. So Mohat Musa currently down in 4th place, 2 from where he started. It just did a 55.3, so he is getting back to the pace that he had a little bit earlier. Vanna Skuman in 5th place, and just coming into turn number 1 is Mark Hennebury. 100%. So Mark Hennebury approaching up onto the back of Matthew Carter, driving with Stephen Smith. So Matthew will just open that line, allows Mark Hennebury to start up on the inside, and I'm pretty sure that Mark can still just see Van Skuman's Ferrari ahead of him. And it's always good to be able to see that car, because that's when you're able to just close up just a little bit. Because on that lap, Mark was able to close up nearly half a second, and I wonder whether that was with Vanna just needing to get himself through some of the back markers. Just being slowed up a little bit. Morris just dropping back a bit, unfortunately losing 0.8 of a second on that lap. So I wonder whether that is just from a pushing too hard. So 80, we are currently at between 2 and 3 drivers per team. There are still 4 hours and 43 minutes to go. And this is the 4th running of the Paul Ricard 12-hour. And as soon as I started up and as soon as I saw that little emoji, I just knew that we were in for some trouble. But yes, this is the 4th restart. Next Wednesday's race is going to be insane. I will get those points out tomorrow. I apologize to all. What I did want to do is just run through what has been happening here, because there's been lots of things happening in the last couple of hours, and I just wanted to give all those people credit for it. So in the last 11 hours we've had Minar Brummer, who has followed us. Langono Meso, who has followed us. Sim Za, who has followed us. Yassi van Staden has followed us. Kieran Daly has followed us. Deerwald Leroux has followed us. Rian Roberts has followed us. Brandon Williams has followed us. Taplo Dura has followed us. So that is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 11 people have followed us in the last 11 hours. Thank you very much, guys. We really appreciate all the love that you are showing us, the growing community of SARCO. Then, if you missed it, we have Antonio Gamble. She approved of this. Thank you, Antonio. Supporting Jason Farmer and the LTR boys. Then, Frankie Yo Beauty. Frankie was here earlier. He had given us a like, and Frankie approving of this. Bye, donkey Frankie. Next time we're going to get you into one of the Porsches and you're going to come and race on, man. Then we've got Matthew Carter, who had subscribed on our YouTube channel. Doige, have you just followed us now? I'm disapproving of that, because you should have followed and liked us earlier. There we go. So that is Emmanuel Steifer has also subscribed. So thank you very much for that, Emmanuel. Then Ronaldo van Roy out of Cape Town, one of our Project Cars drivers. He was on the stream a little bit earlier. So that is pretty awesome to see him jumping in and saying, how's it? AD also approves. Thank you kindly, AD. And guys, please stick around, because at 7 o'clock we're going to drop a question in the chats. Well, no, not in the chat. We're going to drop a question on the stream, and the person that answers us the quickest, we're going to send you a 250 Rand Steam voucher. There we go. Isham Domingo has liked this. He approves of it. Thank you, Isham. I just hope, Isham, that you do get to join us in the competition a little bit later. So Rob Vanderhever has joined in and said, go Team LTR Rush, Rob, Gerard and Etienne. Most definitely. Gerard is starting to just pull away from the other LTR car ahead of him. So that gap between Morris and Gerard now 2.6 seconds. So guys, yes, stay tuned at 7 o'clock. So just under, okay, just over 15 minutes, we'll be dropping a question. And the person who gives us the answer, 250 Rand Steam voucher, which, who knows, it might just be that little DLC that you want. And if you haven't liked, please do so. If you haven't subscribed, join us on Facebook or YouTube. And if you want to share it, share the love, and you get to share the love. Got a little slowdown warning for Mark Hennebury. Not too sure what happened there, so let's go back and have a quick look. And this replay brought to you by Celtic Tuning Midrand. And I'm wondering, what was that? It looked like the car all of a sudden just swerved off the track and straight into the wall. So I don't know, Chris Heineke, if you are on the stream having a little look there, let us know what on earth happened there, because that definitely did not look like it was part of the plan. Savannah Skuman in his attempt to hunt down Mohat Musa, just losing a little bit of time. That gap was just about 5 seconds. It has now dropped down a little bit over 6, pushing 7. Ah, so it is Rob's wife, not Rob. Then should you have your own account? That's what you're going to do. You're going to create one, and it's going to say Rob's wife, not Rob. Please do that. That would be absolutely amazing. And I do want to say that I remembered your name, but I'm just scared to pronounce it on the stream, just in case people are like, well, now they can go and stalk Rob and his wife. So we'll just keep it super, very friendly. So we are just jumping back on the replay, and Mark Hennebury's car was going straight, and then the next thing, it wasn't. Extremely weird, to say the least. So I don't know whether he turned and just looked at somebody who possibly distracted him, and he just veered off a little bit. But very strange indeed. Man out in front, Christian deploy, 6.1 seconds is the gap. And we are approaching that 1 hour race time to have passed. As soon as we start getting to 1 hour 10, that's where there's going to start being some driver changes, some fuel strategies. Tennis, you can't say stuff like that. Because now I'm trying to say something of meaningful intent, and then you just drop a French girl on there. Talking about French girls, I have a French girl. Okay, she's Mauritian, it doesn't count. But yes, she talks French. So, I'm going to ask her to please pronounce Tommy's name. And I'm going to do that live by showing... Ah! Tennis saying French girls in the stands. There we go. Okay, thanks for the clarity. You must finish your entire sentence. Only 13 more minutes for our Steam 250 South African Rontas giveaway. Like we said, it could buy a little DLC or a little something that you wanted to go, and it will be fastest fingers first. I wonder whether having a fast internet helps you with the response of... Pretty sure it does. Interesting comment there by Chase Hall. Yes, you are not paid for saying that. You have earned your title. Hey, Tennis! Supposed to be supporting us, yeah, not at iRacing. Tennis saying it's a 250 Randers on iRacing track. Yo. Well, so we'll have one at 7 o'clock, we'll have one at 9 o'clock, and we'll have one at the last hour. So we'll be giving away 3 250 South African Rontas Steam vouchers. Plus we still have some more NAG magazines to give. So we'll do the Steam voucher, then directly after we'll do the NAG magazine. Just gotta find... Andre saying 250 Rand is enough for this week's SARCO Wednesday League. Oh goodness, yes it is. So for the guys who are currently watching, let us know, are you next? Are you next in the car? What is your stint? If you want to jump in the Discord with us, you know who we are. We've been here all day. Come jump in and let us know. We want to hear from you. Promise, we won't give your secrets away. It will only be between us in the chat. What has got my attention while I'm talking the biggest load of rubbish is this little battle once again. Marius Botma has closed up within 2 seconds of Gerard Pretorius. So Stephen is driving with Matt, and he's like, nope, he's not next. Matt still has another hour. So Stephen, no! Nah. So we're going to go back and have a look at that on the Celtic Tuning Midrand. Morris came in, so that's fine through turn 1. He's fine through turn 2. Then into the braking zone here at turn 3. Oh, he just took too much of the curb on the outside. That little orange sausage curb just lifted the rear. And that, unfortunately, into the wall he goes. So now, Ruan was saying that he was carrying about 11 seconds. That's probably another 15 to 20 seconds on that. So they might need to just rethink their schedule there. Rethink their schedule. Yeah, that is right. Sentence structure. I think it's delirium. So Karot has been able to break the following there from the Mario. So Ruan saying 18 seconds now. So there was only 7 seconds of little damage there. So Ruan, I'm assuming that one of you are going to be getting in just so that Marius can just take a bit of a breather, just reset, give the car over to yourself, and then it is then a race on. Now that there is that 9.2 seconds between Marius and the current car in shot. So there we go. Confirmation. Ruan saying yes, soon. We saw the little glimpse of the blue and green car in the background there. So it's all going to be happening in the next 10 to 15 minutes, I would believe. I don't think that the cars can carry more fuel than that, because we are already now, this is pushing into that 1 hour. I think the maximum the guys were saying is about 80 minutes. So that's an hour and 20 minutes is the maximum the car can go. So that competition is coming up very, very soon, guys. Very, very soon. And the question is... So I hope you all got that. Get those answers in. And if you did miss it, the question is... Okay, I'm joking. That wasn't the question. It's not time yet. But 6 minutes to go, and then we will get that question out. To win yourself a 250 Rand Steam voucher. Brought to you by NAG. Coconut is not the answer, Dennis, but close enough. I told you guys, it's delirium. Considering and I take my hats off to all the drivers here as well. They've all been at their PCs since the server. And I say the server spun up at 11 o'clock to start for the practice of half an hour, and then start for the qualifying, plus the 12 hours. Plus the practice that would be done up front. So I personally have been sitting in front of this thing since 8 o'clock this morning, making sure everything was right, everything was ready. So I'm already pushing an 11-hour stint myself, and I'm pretty sure the other drivers who are on there, it's even worse for them. I know that Cody Sherritt has dropped us a few little I'm bored emojis, because he would have been there from the start waiting to get behind the wheel, But then the thing is that there's still Tariq in there as well as Cody in there, and all three drivers still need to find a stint within the next 4.5 hours. But in shot is Mark Hennebree, just losing some time there to Ivana Skuman just ahead. So Ivana currently just doing 0.4 of a second a lap quicker than Mark. So we see Matthew Carter going into the pits. I wonder whether this is his scheduled pit. I don't see any drive-through penalties or anything up here. So this looks like it is just a pit in, tire change, fuel up, and get crack-a-lacking for the next stint. Stephen already saying, nope, he's not driving. Matthew's doing another one, so there you go. Eli Vergara approves of this. Thank you very much, Eli. I think it's almost time that we get a little round of refreshments. Okay, we have 3 minutes away from Daniel Levinas' car was sounding like it was threatening to lose the rear there, but he was able to hang on there. Daniel up 4 places from where he started for PWSR, driving with Alan Patterson, and we'll all be hearing Alan Patterson in the comms with me this coming Wednesday for round number 4. We are now officially halfway through our season 2. Matthew Carter now out on track. Dennis, I'm assuming that that's supposed to be responsible. So Morris Botman now into the pits. So that is on 1 hour 7 minutes. Going to be handing the car over to Ruan. It was about 10 seconds was that gap, I think, just before Marius had gone in. And the car will be handed over to Ron. And now it will be race on for the LTR1 to chase down the LTR Adrenaline team of Gerrit Pretorius, who could be giving it to either Rob or Etienne. If any one of your teammates are there, let us know who will be in next. It's pretty easy for me and Henry Mayer, because I know his next driver, whether he is double stinting or not, is going to be Fleming Bauer. One minute and we will be getting the question out there for a 250 South African Ronces Steam voucher brought to you by NAG. Alright, be a responsible driver, never drink and drive, pull over and take a step. Can't type with both thumbs. Bloody chat. Well, Dennis, thank you very much for the support. It is now officially 9 o'clock, and we are going to be seeing the fastest answers coming through. We will take note of, I'll say 9 o'clock, 7 o'clock, 1900, 1700, 9 o'clock. Delirious, guys, delirious. So I just need to see a thumbs up if you're ready for the question. And then the first answer that comes through will get a 250 Rand Steam voucher. Tinus, that was actually very smart. Well done. Because not only did Tinus give us a thumbs up, he wrote us a thumbs up, so technically the same thing. Okay, here we go. And the question for the first giveaway, while we see Somi Rosare go into the pit, the question is, who is our sponsor for the 12 hour of Paul Ricard? Get your answer in now. So the first one came up, and unfortunately we will have to delete that answer. Brandon De Santos, thank you very much for participating. But the winner is going to be Stefan Kutsia. Mooi man. Dennis, you were close, but that's the replay. That was the next question. So coming out of the pits, and you can see that was Ulrich Diaker just moving away from the yellow line. So Stefan Kutsia, we'll get hold of you. Obviously not right now. A little bit later. We will gooi details. We'll send it to you, and you can do what Tinus Boerter was saying and go and buy yourself an iRacing track. Bloody. So there we go. Cody Sherritt is now in the car, and a driver change there for him. And the Genesis Esports team. So now it's going to be a game on for Cody to chase down the Academy team. Christian Duploy, will he be getting in the car again? Will he be handing over? Because Christian could be handing over to Fenta or Bozio. Only time will tell to see who will that be. Daniel De Villiers going a little bit slow in terms of a warning. Might have just braked a little bit sooner. Dennis saying because Facebook is faster. Gabriel Dos Santos. Do you know him? Because Facebook is faster. Gabriel said, "Oh no, but why was mine deleted?" Nice try there, Gabriel. But what we haven't been getting from you is some of the what's happening in the cockpit and the strategies of your teammates, Mohat Musa. Because Mark Henry has just left the pits. We just need to make sure that it is still him, or whether he has given the car over to Fleming Bauer. What, still in the pits. Long stop there for him. And this is, where is Mohat Musa? There he is. Okay, so Mohat Musa currently out of the pits. And this is the interesting information that I just love, because Mark Henry, travel time of 32.5, stop time of 32.8. Mark, oh man, not Mark. Henry Mayer gained an additional 1.3 seconds in the pits. So Isham Domingo, who now has the car, is still chasing down Henry Mayo. Very, very interesting. Another little slower than usual warning for Daniel De Villiers as he gets onto the back of Ulrich Diaker for the LTR Purple Turtles. So currently the man leading the race is Van Skuman, and it looks like the Pandacity car is going a little bit further than what we anticipated, but we're pretty sure that there must be some sort of pit stop going to be happening in the next couple of minutes, at least the next 2 laps, because that means that we're pushing an hour and 14 minutes as the stint. And as I mentioned, that we'll give away another MAG NAG. Magnag.co.za. Go check them out. So you can either order one, or you can just tell me in the chat, just right there, shop.nag.co.za, and then we'll send you one. Your call to action, shop.nag.co.za, and you can purchase your very own one, or the first one that comes up on the chat will get one. We'll send it to you. So far, Tinnis, you've got one, and Toki, who are on VDV, has one as well. So looking at Cody's lap time of 54.9, he is closing up onto the back of Mark Hennebree. Mark hasn't done a pit stop just yet. But there's still just over about 10 seconds between Cody and Christian Venter. So Cody has got everything to go and chase now to close down that gap of Christian Venter, who is currently in first place. So, interesting enough, Morris Botma is doing a little double stint there. So he's come out and he's now done his fastest lap time of a 156.2. That's because it's of the stint. So Morris in a 9th place. I'm sure he's going to be watching that gap between himself and Gerard, who has not pitted just yet. So we still need Gerard to pit, who's currently in 6th place. Daniel de Villiers currently in 5th for PWSR. Mark Hennebree, again, will he be giving the car over to Chris Heineke, or will he double stint? The current race leader goes into the pits, which then releases Christian Venter. That's actually pretty easy. I've just realized, because it's Christian Venter and Christian Deploy. So it's basically the Christians and G, because you didn't write me the first name. Just looking at my admin here. You see, it actually happened. There we go. So, Rob's wife, not Rob, is officially a fan and has liked and subscribed. So, Mrs. VDH, thank you very much. Really appreciate the follow, appreciate the subscribe. It hasn't come up yet to say that you have, but I'm pretty sure that within the next couple of minutes it will come up and you'll get your little subscribe face that will come through. So thank you for humoring me with sometimes the very, very silly things that I say and I do. But now everybody knows who you are. So Gerard into the pits now. Coming out. Where is Marius in relation to him? So he is only going into turn 10 now. So Marius lost quite a bit of time having to go get that damage fixed. So I'm looking at that time. It is coming down, but it might just settle around about that, what's it, 40-50 seconds. Oh, that's a minute. A minute is not easy going, especially when you're doing pretty similar lap times. But as I say that, Morris's previous lap was his quickest. It was a 54.3, and it's just put in a 55.3, and it's just put in a 55.4. If I compare that to what Gerard is currently doing, but the car has been handed over to Etienne, so this is absolutely race on. Thank you, Rob. You see, I'm an influential person. So Daniel de Villiers is currently in the pits. He has dropped down the 1 position. Is that Mark Hennebury now coming out of the last corner? Yes, it is. So it looks like Daniel should be moving now. Look, Mark Hennebury will just be able to get ahead of him. What's it, about 5 or 6 pit boxes to go. Then Daniel will be up and running, back on pace. But there is one of the LTR cars that goes past. Whew, just clipping that line. But Daniel wasn't quite up and running yet. And that was Etienne Maton, who has gone through there. Comment here by Tinus with my server like you want to try Rob's wife luck. I'll wait for that one. Oh my goodness. So Etienne Maton in the card now, having moved up some places from where he had qualified with Gerard, now up to 7 places, but right behind the car has been handed over from Daniel to Mr. Alan Patterson, who is now very much in the hunt of Etienne. And I'm pretty sure that that is going to be getting very interesting. From a Christian Fenter point of view, who is still leading, that gap has closed down dramatically. And have realized that while I can see all this wonderful information, I haven't given you any of it. So that gap is now down to 6.9 seconds. Cody really chasing him down. You can just, we got a glimpse of Cody in the back there. So Cody going about a second quicker than Christian on that last lap, but it is still early days for his stint. Still need to just be able to settle down. Daniel saying, yo, what a stint, 9-second damage from the start. Well, Daniel, we've still got just over 4 hours left to go, and your race is definitely going to be in that Alan, where he's now closing up on the back of Etienne, but then you've got 40 seconds to make up, and you're right into 5th place, so still a lot to race for there, that's for sure. Yeah, we unfortunately did miss that the incident there, but it looked like it was a little bit of a coming together with Matthew Carter. Ran a little bit wide. There was too wide. Matthew was wider. He touched the brakes, trying to get the car in, and fortunately, a little tap of the brakes again put you into him. And Ulrich de Jager was involved in that as well. The man currently on the hunt for that first place is Cody Isheret, closing up half a second and taking that turn 8 to perfection. Let's have a little look at what's happening in the speeds, because now we've got some new drivers out, and currently the fastest speeds are sitting at that 283. And as mentioned, it is on the red dot, which is just on the braking point. You have just touched down. And Gabriel, if Mr. Serodio would like to join us, he is more than welcome to jump in. He knows exactly where to find us. We are in the live. Oh, hold on. He's doing the due diligent thing. So let's pull him in as we get some refreshments going. Andre, good evening. Hold on, when I was trying to get you in, I got rid of that. Okay, let's try that again. Andre, what is going on here?
Everything is going wrong, shame, man.
I double tapped you in, I double tapped me out, I put myself in, in a different chat. Oh my goodness.
Shame, man. No, it happens, How are you doing?
Well, we are 4 hours away from the 12-hour of Paul Ricard.
Yeah, no,
and we've had 2 hours of racing.
Yeah, I was about to say, it's been like a very, very hectic day for you, I can assume, with all of this shenanigans, as Paul would say.
Shenanigans is a very, very light and safe word.
Understatement, yeah.
There are bigger words that you can use, that you can replace with the words like coconuts, which can give you the full impact of how this day has gone, indeed.
Yeah. Shame, man. No, I feel for you. It's been a roller coaster, and it's just I'm glad it's so far going along quite smoothly. So
let's just say it's now going as we wanted and as we intended. And that's what we want. We want the racing to happen. We want the guys to enjoy themselves. And again, I take my hat off to all the drivers, how once the servers would go down, everybody would just come together. We quickly discuss it. We quickly put a plan of action together, and we act on it, and away we go. There's no like moaning or bickering. It's just, okay, guys, let's do it. We still want to race. Let's go. Let's do this. And it's just the community has just come together, and this is why we're still able to be racing now.
No, yeah, no, 101%. Yeah, I mean, like literally everything not working. Some racing servers not working. Then the other servers provided weren't working either, because everything was going wrong. Yeah, we've seen a lot of times in sim racing this type of like server issue goes on, and a lot of people just get frustrated and lose it. So yeah, it's quite nice to see that everyone's still trying to at least like finish it, which is really, 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 really nice. Just seeing it till the end, it's good stuff. And yeah, so let's enjoy ourselves out on track.
And even through the process is that we got that we did lose one of the drivers. Jason Landsberg wasn't able to get back in, so Stephen joined up with Matthew Carter so that they could put a team together. And in the process, all we did is we now got Daniel de Villiers and Alan Patterson saying, hey, if you guys are restarting, we're in, we'll join you for the last 6 hours.
No, yeah, that is hectic. Like, even me, they were like, look, we're restarting. Because the thing is, When it comes to these enduros, Saturday is a very nuffy day for me, and I don't really want to commit to something where the team takes a lot of the slack, and then just like, you know, we have to kind of work around me, and I don't want that to happen. I want it so that people can have a space where they can compete properly and not have these like setbacks and stuff. But then they were like, look, there's this delay, come join us. And I was like, okay. I contacted my teammate Aiden to see if we could get another car on the grid, but unfortunately he wasn't able to come home on time. So I was Martha and Isham were very kind enough to let me have a spot, and yeah, I'm very, very happy about that.
And that's what we want. The fact that you're now joining us, you're still supporting the team. And normally what would happen is on streams like this is that Gabriel will give us some inside information. But he's given us nothing today. I don't know what's going on here.
His lips are sealed. You know what's the worst part? I wanted him to come into this chat amongst us. Like, Gabriel is such a character, and he's just being so reserved right now, and it's like, come on, Gabriel. But no, yeah, like Gabriel is such a vital piece to our team. He just gets a lot of the strategics. Hey, speak of the devil. But yeah, no, he really helps us get like a lot of the strategies and like fuel calculations and all of these very technical stuff out of the way during the race, where we can't even necessarily do a lot of the calculations and thought processes by ourselves. Gabriel offers a very kind hand, and yeah, he's a very vital part.
So is Gabriel the official Bono of Project Vapor?
Yes. Or GP, you know, he just assumes that role. He's the chief. He's the chief amongst us.
No, absolutely awesome. There's a question now for you, Andre, and that is, did you do the cup test?
The cup test?
Daniel,
wait.
Daniel de Villiers is asking on the stream.
I was about to say, I was like, wait, cup test? And then I remember what happened on Raceface, and I was like, oh. Yeah, no one's provided the cup. How can I do the cup test without the cup? So I'm waiting for these people. I'm waiting for these people to provide the cup.
There we go. So, Daniel, you've heard it from the horse's mouth. Provide the cup. Let's do the test.
Yeah. Oh, I'm keen for it. I'm waiting for you guys.
And Andre, just in terms of the mood at the team, Mohat currently having done the restarts and obviously Isham's there in the wings waiting to do his stint, but like hanging around for 6 hours. What is just the general mood in the team there?
So I'm not even gonna lie, I'm gonna say it straight. The team was a bit like, you know, we were a bit like sad because the after the first server restart,
yeah, it was close. Sorry, I was holding my breath there.
Alan was going for the inside there, sneaking a little bit and just almost got contact. No, that's a great scrap at the moment. In terms of the team was a bit miffed about it because after the first server restart, they had nailed the
100%. The tires,
the pit strategy perfectly, and then just went from last to like second. So they were like really sad about that because then the rain went away. So we really, fingers crossed, the rain comes back and throws a spanner in the works. Because man, I don't know. It's just I love rain. It's the equalizer, and it's just great. We want to see some people get swept off their feet when it comes to the strategy stuff, and yeah, we want to see a bit more, like hard forward action.
Oh, Alan getting locked the curb there.
Oh,
and look,
yeah.
And for me, it's not necessarily the rain. For me, it's more about the unpredictability of the conditions. And with me and my real world racing, is that there are so many times where that unpredictability comes in, and you can have the kart set up, you can be ready, you get there, and then the rain comes, or you even get there and they've had a massive sandstorm, and there is, especially at the Benoni track, there is dust everywhere, and it takes you about 3 or 4 laps before your tires are even warm. But then you go offline, you go into the next braking point, and the cart's understeers because now you've just picked up the dust that's now off the racing line. And those are the type of things that I just wish there was more of in the simulator world.
Oh, for sure. Especially dust. I mean, like, you go on the gravel trap and then you bring some dust on track. Like, your tires lose a bit of those temps, but then they regain it in, like, a second kind of thing. But it's not really dynamic in that instance. And I so agree about your point of a dynamic sort of race where it's like, I mean, we even saw it with the SARCO Wednesday League when it was Paul Ricard, and there was a lot of uncertainty on like if there was going to be rain or if there was going to dry up and all of these factors. I mean, even the better example is Zandvoort, where it's like the last 2 to 3 laps.
Oh, man.
There was just rain, and everyone was like trying to tiptoe their way, but like still trying to make up places. So yeah, I really like that dynamic aspect. It throws you off of your muscle memory, and it's more instinctive, and I really enjoy that.
Daniel's just hit the nail on the head there. He says we need debris. Yes, we do.
Yo, imagine it. Yo, that would be... especially with a lot of especially in, I think it was the first restart, there was quite a few incidents like door banging kind of thing.
Yes.
So just to have like debris on the second lap would have been really interesting.
Nothing like a little a mirror that's sitting there on the braking point into turn number 1. As you hit the apex, boom, you go over a mirror.
Yo, imagine. I would be so angry. I'm not even gonna lie. I'd be so angry.
So the one thing that Project Cars used to have, and that was the inverted commas, the pit. When you'd go into the pits, there was a setting that you could put on, and you could put random failures. And while you were there going in to do a pit stop, all of a sudden, Project Cars would say, "Oh, sorry, I've dropped the wheel nut," and you're then in the pits for 10 seconds.
Oh.
Additional 10 seconds. Or say, "Sorry, you've just stalled the motor." And I promise you, when that setting was on, it was random. All of a sudden, Marius Botma, who's currently in 9th place, was on the receiving end of this penalty, or this, whatever we want to call it, more than any other driver, that it felt like he was being personally attacked, that we ended up turning that off.
Oh, so it was like a controversial like setting.
Yes, because for some reason, the Morris would be the one that would always impact.
Hey, that's awful. I know if that like happened to me, I'd get so angry, and especially in like such a competitive environment that we have in South Africa, I feel like a lot of people would get very angry very quickly, especially when stuff is like on the line. I think we're so used to the Sims working properly, like the only DNFs and stuff like that, or DNSs, is because of internet connection or gear or something. Sorry, I just saw Mouton like slide a little bit there, and he didn't really lose time. But yeah, so yeah, now you're like, okay, now the game is gonna automatically choose. Ooh, here's Alan going for me.
No, Alan was having a little show, just getting that nose in, just creating the uncertainty there for Mouton. Mouton saw it coming, he knew he was ahead.
Yeah, he must be so frustrated because he's been here like behind him for laps now, and he's just trying to get past. I think if you can stick with him on the straight, he can have a chance, but it really depends if he has damage or whatnot on the straight. And
so if you look at the last lap of Alan's, that 55.9, that was his fastest lap. So while he's been catching Etienne, he hasn't really been making too much inroads, but as long as he's got him before the bridge, there's enough space to get the move done.
Okay, side by side.
Side by side, I think it's done.
Yeah.
There we go.
Yeah, he's got it. Beautiful stuff from him. Finally cleared him. He's going to have some clean air now. He can actually put faster times in.
And this is also one of the beauties, and we saw it in the battle between Marius and Gerard, is that while Gerard was pressuring Marius, as soon as Gerard got ahead, he kind of lifted Marius's pace, and Marius was within that second for a good couple of laps until he went into the pits.
No, yeah, for sure. Especially with like this track with a lot of like it's long straights, and it's kind of similar with Monza, where it's just straights, and you kind of want to stay behind some people. Here it's a bit different because it's not like Monza where it's like a few corners and they're hard braking zones. These ones are like sweeping handers.
Monza's
so it's going to be very difficult to...
Come on, Monza is an oval with 3 chicanes.
You know what? I think of the same thing. I'm not a huge fan of Monza, right? But like, I don't know. It's just it's kind of boring unless you're racing every single lap, which it does tend to produce. You see some people are really, really good at controlling a very, very loose car at Monza.
Yeah.
Kind of the case here, but not as severe. Yeah, it really does depend.
So for me, the secret here is low downforce, but you got to have that mechanical grip to allow you to
Oh
be
yeah.
able to rotate the car through the tighter corners. But like through this section here, that 4, 5, and 6, it's all about that rhythm. And if the car is too loose, you just lose the drive, and then you get killed down the back straight there.
Oh yeah, no, for sure. Especially when you need to put the power down on those slower corners, and it's one of the sectors I hate the most. It's just so difficult to get the power down and to like shift the weight in such a like effective manner that like you don't, as you say, don't ruin this rhythm. If you ruin the rhythm, if you screw up one corner where you didn't shift the weight properly and you understeer a little bit, that's your whole sector done. So yeah, it's a very tricky set of corners and very frustrating, especially since you have to build up for that straight and hopefully get out of or like not allow the person behind to get that draft.
So just an update of the lap times. You can see Alan Patterson did a 156.4. Etienne Maton just dropped down ever so slightly, 157.1. Even though their fastest laps is Etienne Maton is actually 0.02 quicker than Alan. So I don't think this race is done just yet.
Oh, for sure. I'm actually more curious. Did Alan get to pit after Mouton or beforehand?
After.
Okay. Yeah, so he's got the fresher rubber at the moment. Mouton might also be preserving those tires to see if he can extend, because the Ferraris here with the fuel usage, they should be going long. Yeah, no, the Beamers, they're a bit thirsty, and especially the Aston on the grid is definitely thirsty. So yeah, the Ferraris are at an advantage with this fuel usage. So I really want to see how the top two Genesis teams deal with it, deal with their irrespective strengths and weaknesses.
No, and I 100% agree here. I'm just looking at some of the comments coming through. We got a look. He says, "Let's go, Henry Kapom." So I can't say W tier. It's probably a via tier. Is that how you say it in Afrikaans? But he say, "Let's go." And he said Henry, so I'm assuming that is for Henry Meyer. So the one thing I want to just check with you, Andre, is some of the teams went for the one stint driver change. Some have gone for the double stint. Understanding that Isham and Mohat, they've done the split strategy. For yourself, do you like to do that double stint, get the 2 hours out of the way, or is it better to go one stint, driver change, another stint?
It really depends, because I feel like sometimes it really depends on whether the driver has a rhythm. Because sometimes I've done enduros and stuff like that, and it sometimes feels like you're either very exhausted and you need a bit of a breather before going into the next stint. So you're like, okay guys, we need to change drivers. But there's some times where you're so fixated and in the zone, and you see you're gaining, and you're like, guys, I can catch him. Give me one more stint. So it really does depend on like the team dynamic and about literally how the driver's feeling. Because especially if it's a very long race, going a double stint and you're going to exhaust yourself and tire yourself out, there's no point. Just give it to the next driver so you can keep being fresh each stint, if that makes sense. So it really does depend on how the team is feeling, especially if they have a strong driver who is getting them that time back on the driver that they're trying to chase down.
Yeah, fair points. For myself, I must say I do agree with that comment. It is about that rhythm. Is one of the stints that I had? We were at Spa. It was I'd planned to do a double stint. I just wasn't feeling comfortable. Just couldn't get it hooked up, and I said, no guys, I'm done. Rather put me out. Sat off for 2 stints, went in and ended up doing a double stint thereafter, and it all just came to you, and it just feels like that rhythm, the braking points. It doesn't feel like you're driving. You're kind of just flowing from one corner to the next.
That's the best way you could have explained it. I think it also, with track evolution and temps, I've noticed that I do tend to enjoy later stints where the temperatures have kind of dropped going into the night. I feel like I'm not like forcing the tires into like screeching and stuff like that. It's a bit more tolerant about like how I drive it. So it really does depend, as you've been saying here, where it's like sometimes it just clicks and it's very dependent on a series of factors, and you just kind of need to get a feel for it.
So we are seeing that the track is starting to get a little bit darker, and that track temperature is going to start dropping. I am seeing from where we started, it was sunny at 23 degrees. It's now dropped down to 22, and the track temp has dropped down 2 degrees. So already, depending on where the guys have set those pressures, we're already getting that 1 degree down. So there could be that window of operating. If you were just too low, you're now going to start feeling the effects of that.
Oh yeah, no, for sure. You know, and since my wonderful pit crew member here, what would you, Gabriel, what would you think about these conditions? What is your thoughts on these conditions?
It's starting to look like rain's coming, so
I'm hoping.
I didn't even know. I didn't even know that Gabriel had a voice. I've always seen him as a chat that comes up onto my YouTube.
You and Andre just taking over the show. Yeah, I can barely talk.
Yeah, we kind of just going on a tangent. So yeah, I had to get Gabriel involved in the tangent.
Well,
Yeah,
Gabriel, it's fantastic that you're here. I didn't even know you were in the lobby, to be honest.
I think Andre did mention it earlier.
Oh.
I did, and then we were just went off on a tangent, so we couldn't really properly address it. And he's just quietly listening here, very observant.
So then, Gabriel, have you done the little rain dance? Are you hoping for rain? What is going on? Because it does look like it is getting darker.
Because after the showing of the Paul Ricard race during the SARCO League, I would expect rain. And I would expect good pace out of Andre, Isham, and Moath. So I'm really hoping rain comes, because then I can expect them flying.
Some clawback there, and we did see Moat was on fire on how he was able to claw back some of that time lost on Henry Mayer. And by the time we got just before that hour, there was at least about 10 seconds gap, I think, that had happened, and the rain didn't look like it was going to be slowing down any time there, so that rain looked like it was going to be continuing indefinitely.
Yeah, no, definitely. It's a bit of a shame with everything that's come through, but again, it's kind of dynamic, so it's always on we're always on our tiptoes at the moment because we don't know what's going to happen next. So it's really cool to have this sense of unpredictability. I think in our sim racing sphere, we always prioritizing remembering muscle memory and stuff like that, and not so much instinct as much. So being able to think on your feet, and I feel like it would just make things a lot more interesting with that dynamicness, I guess.
And thinking on your feet is something that happens all the time. I promise you. You think your race is going as smoothly as possible. You're getting through the field. And even in my own world is that you think the driver has opened the door for you as a back marker. Next thing, this guy comes across your nose, and that's how quickly your entire race can be ended just through one little moment.
It's ridiculous how much external factors can affect your race. It might not even be. It's just a simple misunderstanding. Something as simple as that. It'll just it's just racing at the end of the day, but it can get very frustrating, and it can take you out of that mindset of we need to recover, we need to recoup. It's a lot of emotions are flying when you're behind the wheel, and I feel like sometimes people maybe don't really highlight that as much as Cody Sherrod is gaining on Fenter.
So guys, talking about something that can change instantaneously, we've just picked up on our second screen that what you're seeing is a drive-through. This is Christian Fenter doing a drive-through, and there in the background, how's that perfect camera work? Getting Cody Sherrod driving past as Christian goes in to do his drive-through, which what's going to happen is Henry Mayer is now going to move himself up into third place. Where is Sean Domingo?
I don't think he'll be able to clear him just yet.
So Isham is still a little bit further back, so let's say about half a lap.
Yeah, but we'll see now.
Four corners.
Yeah, we'll see now though, because Fence is going to start catching Mayer, and Mayer is And Meyer is a very capable driver when it comes to defending and just racecraft in general. So I want to see how he's going to approach it. Is he going to let him through, or is he going to fight him a little bit more, knowing that he might not be on their pace at the moment, and holding them back could maybe destroy their tires a little. So it's a game of constant chess, and you just need to think, what is the best idea for the long run? It's not just necessarily in this moment, like currently. It's the bigger picture, essentially.
So we saw Marius Bortma go straight on. We've actually just lost him on our side because it does look like he has disconnected. But talking about Mayo now catching up and Christian needing to gain back up that time, I'm pretty sure that Henry's going to put on the fight. And the only thing is to have the two Genesis cars now separated, is they aren't able to work together.
Oh,
so,
yeah, no, for sure.
Confirmation here from Ruan Haneke saying disconnect.
Oh, that's such a shame. That's
So-
such a shame.
And I think that is the second or the third endurance race in a row that the team that they have tried to put in has disconnected.
That's terrible, man. It's you see, this is what I'm talking about in terms of like the external factors, not in-game factors. It's just the internet just conking out at like the wrong moments, and it could just be going perfect. And it, like I remember there was this one enduro Moth and I did when Kewan was still in our team, and it just like I don't know. It was very strange. It was just a sudden disconnect, and there goes all of your hard work, and it's just. I basically say is I have sympathy for those who just disconnected, because you'll be going at like strong, or you'll just be going consistently, and through no fault of your own, it just you lose it, you know.
It's heartbreaking because of the effort that you put in. It's just that disappointment that you've put in so much effort, and at the end, all it comes down to is just there, something completely out of your control.
Yeah, no,
I think Andre definitely knows the pain with his SAGT first race at Carlami.
Yeah, man. It was before the fiber internet and all that stuff, and it's something as simple as like your specific internet provider, and it's just like ugh. And you can't necessarily change it from one day to the next. Sometimes you just have to wait it out until you can get something else in replacement for it. So, yeah. Honestly, it's just making the most out of the equipment and services that you have. And it's just trying to push with whatever you have and giving it 101% of your all. I think they've just reconnected.
Yeah, so Marius is back in. So there is in the pit. So they're going to have a go. Chris Haneke just saying bad luck there, but Chris Haneke, brother of Ruan.
No, 100%. It's such a shame, man. It's never really something you want to see.
Gentlemen, the sun is out once again.
Yeah.
So it looks like it was a little threatening cloud cover just to get everybody and all the what they call the little race engineers on their toes to be earning their money, and then the sun can come out again.
They're teasing us.
Yeah. We'll see. It might be another final 5 laps and then the wet weather will come in, but we'll see. We'll have to play it by ear. I'm very, very keen to see how it pans out.
Andre, my favorite moment was just watching those 4 cars approaching the line, and it was first, second, third, fourth.
Yeah,
does not get better than that.
It was like I was seeing it, and I think the issue was I got way too excited on the throttle, and I was trying to get Chris. And then I saw him make a bit of a mistake, because I had made a mistake. There was not really much that could have been done. But yeah, it was mad. Considering the gaps that the top 3 had produced to distance themselves from the grid, it was quite crazy to see it all diminish in the span of like 3 minutes.
100%. Is that Mr. Terry Wolford back with us?
I'm back with you guys. How's it going?
Hello.
So I see no rain yet, Dylan.
No rain. There was a little threatening of some cloud which seems to have just passed over us. We did get a disconnection from Marius, who's now back in, but is currently on the same lap as Ulrich de Joche, and Christian Fenter, who was out in first place. had a drive-through penalty, and he is now dropped down to third.
Oh, geez, so now this race has got completely turned upside down, and I'm glad that Marius obviously made it back in. He's obviously been struggling with getting his teammates to be part of this event with him. I'm not sure if they managed to get in.
Yeah, Ruin's back up and running again, and it was Morris that unfortunately had disconnected.
What a pity, what a pity.
At least they're still fighting.
101%.
Good to see.
Yeah, good to see people continuously just pushing and not giving up.
I see we've got 3 hours and 35 minutes to go, so looks like obviously there's quite a big gap now to Henry, but Henry doesn't give up, eh?
Yep, especially considering Christian is right on his heels. We'll see how that pans out.
All the guys, the drive-throughs are going to start coming in thick and heavy now, because Vanus Kuman currently in 5th place. We've just got notification, a drive-through coming for him. So we'll see him taking that in the next couple of minutes, which means that that 23-second gap between Mark Hennebury and 22 seconds further is going to put those two drivers right up on par with Vanner once again. So talk about the positions changing, and any time anything can happen.
Especially here at Paul Ricard.
Let's bring the rain.
That would make it even better. You'd see even more drive-throughs, especially in the 3rd sector, where you're trying to carry so much speed, and sometimes you carry too much speed and you understeer, or you're trying to make sure you stay on the sticky bits, especially that fast right-hander where Charles spun out. It's very easy just to go run wide, and especially in the wets, you run wide and there's just no more grip. So yeah, it's about maintaining on track and just being consistent.
So
just pure consistency.
Andre, I have a question for you, and then I'll come to you, Terry.
Shoot.
On a track like this, because you're at the top speed for so long, for instance, what's just happened there, are there instances on this track where you would rather go a little bit more cautious because you're not going to be gaining much more time by pushing it to that limit, so that you're able to just back off a little bit, where there's other parts that you are able to make bigger risk because you are able to gain on others that might be a little bit more cautious? Are there areas on this track that you can relate to on that?
Yeah, so that fast right-hander after the long straight is a very, very risky place. I thought Vanna. Oh,
there we go.
Yeah, he's serving it right now. He's gonna definitely lose position to Mark. So we'll see how that pans out. But there's that fast right-hander after the long straight, and that's a very risky place because you can run a bit wider from track limits, but then you have to get quickly back on track, and sometimes you commit too much and it's too much understeer. So it's a bit of a 50-50 risk it kind of thing. Also, literally the corner where after that where Charles spun off again. It's a corner that, like, I'm not the strongest in. But it is a corner you can make so much time in if you're just patient with the throttle. That's a corner where you have to be patient with the throttle and patient with the trail braking going into that corner. I feel like maybe corners that you can let off a little bit. Maybe that left-hander after the 2 corners after the straight. I forgot what corner it was.
So turn 10. So it's basically the one that you kind of go a little bit wider. Yes. You've got to wait for that corner to come, and then you do a late entry to get a late exit to actually get a much straighter line exit through there.
Exactly, yes, that corner. So that corner for me, you can be a bit slow on the entry, so it's a bit more lenient. It actually kind of punishes you for going a bit too late on the brakes. It's very difficult to get the car to get rotated into that left-hander. Sometimes you need the curb, but if you use the curb, it can unsettle the rear a little bit. So I think in terms of especially battling, you can be a little bit more lenient on that corner because there's not that much grip for the person trying to attack. So you can just be, you can just maintain your line going through there. But if I'm going to be honest, Paul Ricard, you have to be you have to be 101% for like 99% of the corners. There's no leniency. You have to just keep at it and just keep going, which is also really difficult at a track with a lot of track limits.
Terry, I'm sure that you can relate to some of the things that Andre is saying. From a real-world racing and you having driven here, that fast right-hander at turn number 8, how scary is that when you're approaching it at close on 250 kilometers an hour?
So I'll tell you a few things about Paul Ricard. Number one, on new tires, absolutely amazing. Car turns, reacts, it's predictable. It tells you exactly what you know exactly what this car is going to do. As you start to get the degradation on the tires, and this is obviously one of the things that started to happen, is we're starting to see track limits, is that the car doesn't react in the corners the way it wants it. Now, Paul Ricard is actually a fast and flowing track. However, if you have a look at the layout, it actually is quite technical. It's a fast technical, it's flowing, but it is a technical circuit. So what happens is that you're going to start seeing guys, they're not on line for the first corner. They're coming up to the second corner, all of a sudden you're paying the price. You're running out wide, all of a sudden it's coming up on your screen, track limits, and all of a sudden, before you blink, you've done it once, you've done it twice, 3 times over, and all of a sudden you've got this drive-through penalty coming through. The one thing about coming down, and we're busy watching down the straight here, is that there's actually quite a lot of grip because the aero is playing its part in that corner there. But what you start seeing is that, like, guys will start, either you have the guys who are going to hold it in one gear, and those are the guys who got the confidence and they know the car is hooked up. You run it out onto the outside curb, and then you get the guys who you can see that the tires are starting to show their time now. They're dropping a gear to try and rotate the car through that bend. Paul Ricard is just a track that it can keep you guessing, but it's certainly, on new tires, it's absolutely phenomenal. Once those tires go off, everything, you start looking at 3, 4, 5, 6, and 7. That is the corners where guys are either losing time or making time, because it's the mechanical grip of the car that is actually coming into play there. It's the mechanics, the shock absorbers, roll bars, all that sort of thing is starting to work. Whereas the corner is, at the end of the straight, the back straight, is purely an aero thing, and just on how much grip you've got in those tires and confidence in to get that car to go through there. So, for me, it's we're 3 hours in. I haven't seen exactly how many guys have done pit stops and things like that, but as those tires start to show their time on track, you certainly cannot keep you guessing. You will start running wide if you aren't cautious in how you get that car through that corner.
Yeah, dig the answer. Thank you very much for that, Terry. I think it's by being able to have been there, felt it, understand it. Does that translate into the sim world as closely as possible, or is there still some work that you feel from you now having both?
Well, the thing is that we're sitting on the outside watching the cars rotate, go obviously circulate the track as such. But if you sit in the in-car cam, especially through where we're watching now, this section, the rear's wanting to let go, and the guys are probably doing some small corrections as such. It's this track is probably got every piece of all the tracks around the world built into it. Fast corners, technical corners, the long straight where you can open up the legs on the car. This is where you start to see the cars that are carrying serious top end, making 3, 4, 5, 6 kilometers an hour. And that's not just on one lap. When you're talking a 6-hour race, that every single lap it's 6 kilometers, 6 kilometers, 6 kilometers. It all starts adding up. So, it's just a track that's got everything. There's no kitty litter, as I said before earlier in the stream. It's got this like sandpaper finish on the blue section and then on the outer section, and that is there so that you don't beat your car when you've gone off, but it's got such amounts of grip that if you run off wide, you actually have a lot more grip than what you're sitting on the track, because of the actual finish that they've done with those blue lines circulating the track, and that is there to stop a car and try and slow it up as much as possible when it's in some form of spin or sliding off or anything like that. So Paul Ricard is an amazing track. The nighttime is just incredible. It glows at you. I mean, every single apex, you just sit there and you pick it up. You got. I think the car actually is better. The track is better to race at night than during the day, because everything is just there, staring you in the eyes when you're circulating.
Let's go to you, Gabriel. From a strategy coming up, understanding tires, understanding the distance that the guys are going, are you filling those cars to the brim, letting them run, or are you being a little bit more strategic on how much fuel you're putting in for the stints?
Well, it really depends on where the stint is placed in terms of the race. So like towards the end of the race, you're obviously going to have less fuel in terms of what you require, and then towards, like, from the start, you're going to have more. But I think right now, the Project Vapor boys are running a full tank until the end of their stint.
That's some good insight. It's insight that you quite possibly didn't really have to give. You could have hinted at certain things and not said that this is what's happening. So all of you guys that heard that, you didn't hear anything here. Tina's saying that this is basically a parking lot with a long straight.
I think that's a good way. I think that's actually a very good way. It's technical, and then you've got this long straight. That's your time to rest, check everything, see what's happening with the car, check your tire pressures, all that sort of thing. And we're talking about full tanks here. It's kind of interesting. You're going out. You obviously you've pitted, you've put your brand new tires on, you've filled the thing to the max, and I think the good tires outweighs the full tank that you're running with, because you can be running with tires that have had the best out of them, completely shattered, and you're running on a low fuel load. So the key thing is obviously the tire maintenance. It doesn't matter. I don't think it matters just too much on fuel, but more around how you can maintain those tires and keep the grip of the car through all the technical parts of the track where you really want it. That's where you make the time up on Paul Ricard. And I say that because the most technical part is obviously joins up onto that back straight. So if you're slow on your entry, on your exit from the technical side and onto the entry of the back straight, you're going to be scrubbing off speed and you're losing time. Time lost, is just, you just don't make it up in the lap after that, Yeah.
So, talking about making time up, we're just having a look at Cody Sherritt, 55.2 there for him, Henry Mayer 55.4, and Christian Fenter 55.0. So those top three cars, while there's 30 seconds between them, they're just about matching each other within half a second of the lap time. So for me, it's still race on here.
Oh yeah, for sure. And with that, it is my time to hop in soon. So thank you very much for the conversation, guys. It was really engaging. I really, really enjoyed that.
Oh, good luck and give it stick.
And pleasure. Thanks for
keep
joining.
it off the blue stuff and keep it on the black stuff.
I will try my utmost best to do that. Likewise, guys. Thank you guys so much.
Keep it between the white stuff.
Of course.
Awesome.
Oh, good luck. Good luck. We'll be watching.
Thank you.
Enjoy, Andre.
Sweet. Thank you.
So that was Andre Sorodio jumping in and having a chat with us, giving us some interesting insights on track, as well as what some of the strategies are. How much time we've got? Just over 3.5 hours to go. So I think in 22 minutes time, so we'll say at 8:25, let's give away another NAG voucher. Another Steam voucher brought to you by NAG. We will find a trickier question for you to answer, and let's see, maybe we can get you doing something once again. Tina's saying they put a little turn after 280 kilometers per hour. I have commitment at 130R. 130R is also a pretty interesting corner there.
I think the same result. You've got this fast straight and this huge turn that comes at you, and you sit there and I think every driver when they sort of you hear them, they'll take the breath, hold it. Okay, cool, made it through, got through that time again, and they copy and paste for every single lap.
Well, at times you're also contemplating what to do if it's like your first time going through it. Like if you think of it, your first time going through 130, or you don't know if you want to brake, if you want to flat-foot it, or anything.
I think anyone who says they go through those bends, even the turn 8, the end of the back straight, first time out, if you're taking it flat, I seriously doubt it. This is like one of those tracks you got to build up to. You slowly build up pace, find out where the car's balance is. Then you'll see guys, they'll go through and say, right, have to get back into the pits, make their changes, tweaks, wing changes, all that sort of things, making sure that to that point where you get that car, that it's completely settled, where it's not keeping you guessing on what it's going to do next, whether it be an understeer, an oversteer, sliding off, all that sort of thing. So, yeah, definitely 130R must be up there with the best of them, as well as turn 8 on Paul Ricard. It's one of those tracks, one of those corners you just got to build up to.
Terry, at turn 8, are you a gear down kind of guy, or you're just a lift, get the nose down, turn in and give it stick?
The car that we were in actually had good downforce, so we were kind of able to send it through there flat. We weren't quite pulling the speed of the GT3 cars. I mean, they're arriving at the corner at 285 k's an hour. The car that we raced maxed out at about 270 k's an hour, but the car was very settled. It was very good. We actually managed to get it through that. We didn't run off track too much. You got those track limits bollards that are standing there. Those exactly. Where you got to cut across. But this will say this whole thing is about is judgment and the feel. And you can feel when that car's got grip and it's doing what you need it to do. You kind of have this like instinct, like, okay, the tires are still working. I can keep it pinned. Or you're at that point where you're like, okay, we're going to take a slight lift. But even the cars that can go through there flat out, you'll see, if you watch their actual lights for their gear change, you'll see like as they're going through, the lights kind of dip down, and then they obviously build up again to, starting at white, red, green for your gear change or whatever. So the cars still do, through that bend, they actually do scrub a little bit of speed off on their own, just with the amount of turn that you, obviously an input that you're putting into that to get the car through that bend.
Interesting comment here from Toki, Johan, VDV, all of the above, saying it's like going up the hill at Bathurst. He stops breathing until he hits the back straight. Pretty much the same thing.
Exactly.
At least you still have a little bit of runoff, so you can be saved at least once or twice.
Well, exactly. You've got a bit of an insurance policy there. There's tarmac all the way through, so you can take it out. Jeez, if you really get it wrong, and hopefully you don't you get into that 4-wheel slide where you all of a sudden you end up in the barrier. But if you do run it, you've got the insurance policy to run it out. You can go 5, 6, 7, 8 meters, 15 meters off track, and still know that if you just manage to hold it, you'll get it back on track. Yes, you're not going to make it through through those bollards there, but at least you know that you're not putting the car in the wall and that you race over. In 12 hours, 6 hours, 12 hours, 24 hours is a long period. You do not want to be that guy, coming sitting next to the driver in the flatbed with your car on the back and it's got damage in that. You really want to make sure you get the car to the finish. It's only, to finish first, you first got to finish, and that's what applies big time, in this endurance racing as such.
So rather drive through than a driving less.
Rather drive through than drive home. That's it.
Okay, got you. Perfect. So, guys, 20 minutes. We'll drop up the little next competition. We do have the perfect thing to do, and as we were watching Werner Schoeman now within a second of Mark Hennebury, coming up to the back. I was going to say onto the back of the 3 hours, but that wouldn't have quite worked. But 3 hours, 15 minutes left to go of the 5.5 hours race that we have started. So just over 2 and a bit hours. Ruan Heineke has gone into the pits. So that will be possibly for a driver change. But the race that we're now currently interested in is this one between Werner and Mark Hennebury. Ferrari versus Ferrari. And Werner has been taking out the 0.2, 0.3 for the last 10 laps or so, and has definitely started putting that car in that rear mirror of Mark, and it will now be up to Mark to either find that little bit of extra pace or lose that position. But it's all about finding the track position just before the pit stop and doing another driver change.
Dylan, I think these guys look like they're running a good, smart race. Cars are not erratic, keeping a rhythm. Yes, Mark is obviously watching his rear view mirror a little bit, but I mean, I think Vanna's a little bit out of position, obviously, with that drive-through penalty that they got. He was smart. I think he took it quite quickly, got it out the way. Who knows what's going to happen? In the race. You see, I think if I remember correctly, you have three laps to get it, and he did it immediately.
Yeah.
And all of a sudden, he's putting the pace. He's got some pace, and he's right on him. You know, and he doesn't look like he's in a major hurry. He's just biding his time. Using the slipstream, and obviously he's going to time it perfectly to make the pass, and hopefully not to the detriment of himself or the driver, or both of them. You know.
So it does look like Mark just going to the inside just to be a little bit defensive. Well, that's Savannah getting back into that slipstream. But that is definitely a crazy place to try that overtake. But Mark holding on that inside. Savannah then trying... Did they change positions? Yes, that is the position. Okay. So
that's
hold on. Let's go back. I just want to see if we can get that off one of the other camera angles. That was an absolutely well-crafted overtake there by Vanna, now moving himself back up into 5th place. So, and that's exactly what you want. You don't want these long-winded battles. You want to be able to get the pass done quickly. Vanna has been in the rhythm where he has been going slightly quicker. So now he's got the pass done and is able to just keep that pace going and start opening that gap.
And I think you'll see now with Mark behind him, he's obviously going to be pushing to try and keep up with him. As you'll probably see that Mark's lap times are going to probably improve a little bit because he's sitting in the draft, and you can see that obviously that for his Ferrari, the 433 Ferrari, is obviously a little bit quicker on track at this moment in time, and he's going to try and push to stay with him or keep in eyesight of him as much as possible. I think you'll see his times improve as well.
So from that last lap, looks like Mark is just dropping down on that pace a little bit. He is in the 57s, where Werner Schoeman is 55.7. So just over a second and a half is the gap that Werner was able to close down on that lap. And I think you're spot on there. You can just see that car of Vanna's is so hooked up. The confidence that he had through there.
Really, pinpoint, absolutely pinpoint. He's got a good feel in that Ferrari. I've always said that the Ferrari has just got such an amazing balance that it gives you the feedback. It can stop. It's got power. Amazing car to race in ACC. I think they got that car absolutely spot on.
I was just checking. There was a car that got my attention. That is Henry Mayer, currently in sixth place. and he's closing up onto the back of Alan Patterson, who's currently in 7th. So Alan going a little bit wide. Henry gonna just show his intention, get the car up on the inside through turn number 11, and on 12 he should be able to just get that place done, and again just get to the traffic without needing to be impacted too much, and away we go.
I got to say, in our earlier round 1, 2, 3, the wet race that we had, Henry Mayer looked like he was struggling in the wet with that car, but he certainly looks like it's got amazing setup for the dry. I mean, just to make passes like that, have confidence in the car that you know it's not going to slide out and things. Very, very good setup that he's got there, and he definitely knows. I mean, he's a previous SARCO champion, or should I say, he's the last SARCO champion. So,
correct.
In that McLaren, he's definitely spot on with how he's got that car working for him.
So we have seen the change of leaders. Henry Mayer now going past and taking that lead away after Cody Charette going into the pits. So we will get a time in terms of Cody. So a little bit longer at the stop. 43.1 seconds there. And with a travel time of 31.8. So, look, there might be 1 or 2 seconds that the likes of Henry and Christian are able to close up on their pit stops.
Well, let's see how long. You know, Cody obviously, I don't know if they're going to be doing a driver change or whatever. Cody obviously spread the legs a little bit with the, you know, in that McLaren that they're driving. But we certainly, like you said earlier on, we've got a race on our hands. As much as it can look a bit spread out here or there, there's certainly, this race is not done and dusted. It's going to come down to strategy. I think guys are changing up on where they're putting and how they're putting, what, you know, the amounts of fuel, etc. So I think that this race is not done and dusted in any way whatsoever.
So taking over from Cody is the Frenchman Tommy Razare. That's I suppose as close as my brain can comprehend how to say that. And he is closing up onto the back of Isham Domingo, who is a pit stop behind now. And I'm sure Isham will do the pit within the next couple of laps. But this is a race for position, and there's two sides of the story where Isham is now obviously trying to fight for position for himself, where anything can happen later on, versus Tommy driving a different race to Isham, and pretty sure would want to try get ahead of him as quickly as possible.
Oh, this is playing into Henry's hands. Let's face facts. I mean, he certainly hasn't got past as quick as he was hoping to. You can see that the BMW is in some places holding him up a little bit, but yeah, this definitely is a critical part of the race for sure.
So Christian Fenter is in the pits now, so he was in third place, which now gets Isham Domingo up into second and Tommy into second. But as these guys now go in through that stadium section through 3 and 4, that McLaren definitely has some legs, but we know if the BMW can just get hooked up, get that drive down, the BMW is very quick on the straight.
Yeah, this is definitely, I want to say it's definitely holding up his race a little bit. I don't think they planned to lose this kind of time in the race, but Isham's doing a great job. That BMW's definitely got some legs down that back straight. They are pulling serious speed there. He's sitting in the slipstream. Just I don't think he's going to have. I don't think he's going to have the pace to make a lunge. But let's have a look and see what he pulls.
So generally, you kind of, if you're on the inside by the bridge, you are safe. And sure, that was a great move there for Tommy. There was just that slightest gap, just created that little bit of uncertainty for Isham, or whether he did just leave that door open. But that has now released Tommy through, and Tommy now up into second place with our race leader Henry Mayer going into the pits, and possibly, I would say possibly, unless he's going to do a triple stint, he's going to hand over to Fleming Bauer.
And I think that what we saw there is the difference of a car that's just got a new fresh set of boots on, and a car with some tires that have done quite a lot of laps already. Just stuck it down the inside there, all the confidence to get it through and just hold it and keep it pinned.
There's Isham coming in. So we heard that from Andres Rodeo that he's going to be jumping in the car. So that would be pretty awesome to see. And we do have Mohat Musa as well, who still needs to drive. But there we go. Yo, that is probably one of the scariest pit exits of all the tracks in the world. I'm almost certain of it.
So the one thing that I will tell you is that in the actual racing itself, there is a almost like a robot there that actually has a green light or a red light. So it does indicate to you if there is a car that's getting prepared to leave the pits. So I don't know if in the game it actually signals, or if I think you might have your track guys telling you car exiting the pits or whatever, but it's not too bad, I promise you.
Okay, cool. Well, there we go. Confirmation. Fleming Bauer has taken over from Henry Mayer. Henry put in 2 solid stints. Currently, they are circulating in a second place. And from here on in, it's a race for the next 3 hours. And we are getting closer to that little competition time. And that will be for a... Ooh, that was lots of little yellow curves there on that rear. Got a little bit bouncy. We are going to be giving away a 250 Rand Steam voucher brought to you by NAG. And whoever gets it, you know what, we'll throw in a NAG magazine as well.
Yeah, pick me.
Is that for the NAG magazine or the 250 Rand Steam voucher?
One or the other. It's always cool to win something. But guys, yeah, here's your chance to grab it while you can.
So we'll drop that question in the next 7 minutes. And guys, until then, just give me a moment. There is a need to just go and visit the restroom. And our commentary will resume shortly. And we're back. We just needed a little Coke and a pancake. Just to make sure that we're able to get through the next 3 hours or so. And just for anybody that was wondering, we got confirmation on the stream, and this is by Henry Mayer himself, not from us. But Tinus wanted to know who won on the Teletubbies. Oh, who is who? Who won? Who is who on the Teletubbies? He believes that Fleming is a red one, but Henry Mayer has claimed it. Near Tinus, there's Bailey Borrell. But I see what you did there. Alright, it is Steam voucher giveaway time. And the beauty about this one is that we'll not only be giving away the Steam voucher of 250 South African Rontas, but we'll throw in a NAG magazine there as well. And all we want you to do is comment a phrase shortly, and the first one that it comes up on, and we heard that Facebook is quicker than YouTube, but I don't think so. I just think the reason that a certain person's comment came through is because they are sitting closer than you think. So I just want 3 words to come up on the stream, in the chat, and those 3 words are, what the coconuts. Go, go, go. A little chuckle there in the background from Mr. Terry Wilfred.
What the coconuts.
There we go. Tinus Butter. You've smashed it. Stefan could see that was close. And then Torquay, effed that up because he effed the coke and not
I don't know what that was, but we'll.
Cotta nuts. So, Toki, that was probably the furthest correct answer we've seen there. So, Tinnis, Moiman,
Well done, Tinnis. Well done.
be contacting you tomorrow. I promise you it will not be today. Yeah, Stefan. We are not saying that on the stream. You gotta add the O between that second C, please. Oh my gosh.
PG rated, please. PG rated, guys.
So, Dennis will sort out your 250 South African Rontas Steam voucher.
Yeah, and that's a nice prize, man. That's like DLCs, all sorts of things. Definitely can be used for something cool.
Toki saying, unfortunately, his fingers did not allow him to type the way it should have come out. Anyway,
Dylan, I think Toki's fingers should actually be turning a steering wheel. He should be in this race. He should have put his team together, and he should definitely have a team running in this event, because this is actually something proper cool, proper prize money, and NAG putting their back into it, showing their support, and that's obviously hugely appreciated. So guys, the next race, get your entries in. It's so worthwhile. I mean, look at the fun that the guys are having. Driver changes, close racing, keeping them on their toes, guessing, you name it. It's all happening in this race. The only thing we're missing, and I'm really hoping it arrives soon, is some form of rain.
Yes, man.
Bring on the night. Let's see what happens.
So what I wanted to mention, this is what I was hoping that I got before we came back from our coconut pancake, is Henry Mayer, just sent to me, Mark Hennebury, who came out of the pits, is 3.8 seconds away from Nico. And that was the place that we saw from Van Skuman taking that place earlier on. So these guys still have an almighty battle to go with just under 3 hours left of this race. Alan Patterson, he's up 6 places from where they started. And interestingly enough, they still need to pit because they are just out of sync, and they are the only team that hasn't pitted twice.
Okay, so they're obviously running quite serious stints there to try and make up ground. I know they were a late entry into the race and obviously started at the back of the field, but I think by turn 2, turn 3, they already made up another 4 positions. So they're sitting pretty, for now. I think they've done a super job to build up some pace and obviously place where they are at the moment.
So currently, Andre Sorodio is the car that we have going on broadcast. I can't remember how I get rid of that. There we go. Andre Sorodio making his way up, and can just say already on pace there, 55.2, and his previous lap was 55.1. So
Andre's always impressive. I mean, when he gets behind the wheel of that BMW, you just know. I was quite excited, I must say, when he said that, guys, I need to leave the commentary now. I'm going to go and get in the car. And I was like, yes, man. I love watching the guy. His driving style is absolutely brilliant. Such amazing pace every single lap, and always pinpoint perfect, you know.
And there's just something about him and our SARCO leagues that he qualifies well, but then just finds himself falling down and has been deemed the comeback king, and has amazing races coming through the field. So I'm sure he'll be relishing at the opportunity to have an open track and now just go and hunt down Christian Duploy, who has now taken over from Christian Venter.
Yeah, Andre, sadly, sometimes he seems to be on the receiving end of somebody else's front bumper, and all of a sudden, from having good qualifyings, he's obviously got to build his way back up and start making up some ground again. But as I say, he's certainly one of the fastest guys out there, specifically behind that M4 GT3. He is dynamite when he's on when it's his day.
So one of the comments we also got here says, I'm getting ready to go out, and that's Rob van der Heever currently in screen, just for everyone, just to make sure that we don't get it confused. This is Rob van der Heever. The other person is not Rob, Rob's wife. That who is commenting, and that is the person who's not driving.
It's a family affair.
Because one of the comments, I don't know if you saw that earlier, Terry, is I said, hi Rob, Rob is on the stream, and I said, hi, not Rob, Rob's wife. And I said, surely you need your own own profile, and then all of a sudden,
YouTube,
not Rob, Rob's wife joined and has liked and subscribed, so away you go.
Ah, perfect. Another follower. Click like and subscribe.
Yeah.
Brilliant.
But now that Rob is driving, I wonder if Rob's wife is actually watching, or she said she was going to watch, but now... And that's how questions are asked.
She went to the effort of creating a profile, and then I'm sure she's sitting there supporting him, doing his thing on a Saturday night, racing at Paul Ricard, driving hard, smashing it around the track, and having some fun.
Listen, that actually sounds like a great tagline, driving hard at Paul Ricard.
There you go.
So Andres Rodeo has just put in his fastest lap time, a 1:55.1, and has a purple middle sector. And guess where that middle sector is? Right on the straight, BMW Power.
Oh,
Thank you, Talks. He is like that. Toki, Johan, VDV, Talks, all of the above.
there you go.
So his comment to your comment earlier was he is looking to get involved, just needing to find committed partners. Talks, let us help you. We'll find help for you. So this gap has started getting closer between Chris Heineke and Nico Zafiris. It was just over 5 seconds. It's now dropped down to 4.8.
So 0.2, 0.2 every lap. All of a sudden, we've got a race on our hands. I saw that driving hard at Paul Ricard.
Thank you very much. Well done, Chase. There is a change for position. That is a very late pit stop there for Alan Patterson. We say late, but it's not that it's late. It's not that it was required. It was just relative to everybody else. Where is Rob currently on track? So Rob is now only coming through turn number 9. So we do have an interesting development, and let's just go to it. In shot, we're showing that this is Alan Patterson, but as we go past the sector, we'll see that it's actually Daniel de Villiers. You're not going to believe what he has done. On the replay that we saw, it looks like he double tapped his pit limiter button and has got himself a stop and go 30 for his efforts.
Or might have pulled second gear and just cancelled out the pit lane speed limiter for a split moment.
Quite possible.
Yeah.
So I'm sure there are going to be some coconut sentences being spoken in that Discord chat. Because 30 seconds stop and go, if you look at the gap between Daniel and Rob van der Heever, that is 36 seconds. Plus you're adding another 30 seconds going into the pits, plus that stop. Yep. So Daniel has just lost himself 30 seconds to the 8th place Rob van der Heever behind him.
30 seconds plus that.
Take that, sports fans.
Ooh, somebody running wide.
Just jumping up to Christian Deploy, who is starting to make some ground on Fleming Bauer. Fleming's last 2 laps was a 55.9 and a 55.4, with Christian a 54.4 and his previous 54.0. So over the last 2 laps has made just over 1 second. And once you start getting that into that 3-4 seconds, and you can kind of see the driver on the same straight, you kind of exiting and you're seeing where he's braking, that's what really gets you going, and that's how you start just closing up that gap a little bit every time. And it does seem that once you get right behind, that gap closes dramatically.
Yeah, and you got the aero of the car, and you're in the slipstream, so it actually almost sucks you in, just pulls you that little bit closer on every single lap. But I mean, pulling a second a lap, if you can keep that consistently, I mean, it's not going to be long, and all of a sudden 6 seconds becomes 1 second, and 1 second becomes a few splits. It's coming.
Okay, Daniel, keep it in first gear. Wait till you get past the board, then you gooi.
That's it. Easy, Tiger.
So
and pull the trigger.
There we go. So he is now out. No additional time being added there, but that was 63.6 seconds lost.
63, so 1 minute and 3 seconds.
Which has now put him 25 seconds behind Rob van der Heever. So Daniel now down in 8th place, with Alan Patterson now chasing Rob, Etienne and Gerard.
We'll see now 25 seconds. We'll see what sort of pace he's got and what he can pull on Rob. And what are we talking, 25, 30 laps at a second a lap. It's going to be interesting to see how he claws back on that time lost in that stop go.
And look, these stop go penalties is something you only really get once you're in the pits. But what we are starting to see is more and more of the drive-through penalties. Ulrich de Jager, he's got himself a drive-through penalty, which means that Stephen Smith is going to be able to close up on that 30 seconds. But now, as I say that, I see that Stephen Smith has just given himself a drive-through. So they're going to be both needing to drive through and giving himself a net gap. What that is going to do is three laps behind. And I'll say that's Maurice Botma and his LTR1 team are now 2 laps behind. And hopefully they were going to close. So that was a perfect example of you making up on somebody through their error, yet you're going to make the same error, and that just nets the gap again.
Yeah, and all of a sudden you see the guys at a drive-through and you're like, okay, now it's time to push. What happens? Do the same thing. All of a sudden, track limits, drive-through penalty. Same result.
Got a little slow down there for Chris Heineke, but doesn't seem like anything is wrong there. Still trying to figure out what had happened to Mark Henneberry earlier on, is that he was on that back straight, and the next thing, the car just slowly went off, then grazed the wall, and came back on as if nothing had happened. It was very, very strange indeed. So Christian deploy now 4.6 seconds. So that gap is now starting to close down.
Can you give us our lap time in that the last 2 laps that he's just done now there, Dill?
So Fleming Bauer, 55.6. Christian deploy, 54.3. So
1.3 seconds.
That's a big time now coming down there.
That's a good pace, I must say. Unbelievable pace. So another 4 or 5 laps for him, and he should be on his back bumper.
And you can see how close they are. They were basically in the same shot, with Christian going in through turn number 3, and Fleming was going into 4. So very, very close. You can see that gap already down to 4.1, and I'm sure by the end of the straight. But I suppose that Fleming does have the slipstream of the car ahead, the back marker, I would believe, unless he has now pulled out. Oh, there we go. And that is of Chris Heineke. So Chris going a little bit wide there just to open up that door, and Fleming is now able to just get through there quite easily.
That was a good move by Chris. Chris managed to give a pass on the position without actually losing too much time, keeping it pinned all the way through that section and just opening up the corner for Fleming to come through. Very, very good move. No time lost, and they now both can keep pushing.
So Ulrich de Jager coming into pits. He has cleared his drive-through penalty, so this looks like it is a pit stop coming up, which will then put them on 3 stops.
And I think Team Barney is obviously going to do a driver change, or is that just a normal pit stop just to refuel and that?
Team Barney, you mean Team Teletubbies?
No, we got Teletubbies and we got Barney with the purple wheels.
That's LTR Purple Turtle, but close enough.
Sorry.
Oh gosh, but eventually all the lines came together and I understood.
Yeah.
So Andres Herrera has just done his slowest lap time of the stint that he's done, and that is 155.6. But all the laps he's done so far have all been within half a second of each other.
You see the pro now has brought it down to 2.8 seconds. Man, this is getting close.
So Stephen Smith has moved up into 9th place. Just checking if he still needs to do his drive-through. So that was a position. So Stephen Smith has got himself ahead of Lucas for a legitimate moving up into 9th position.
But has he served his drive-through penalty yet? That's the question.
Yes, he has.
Yes. Oh, then that's a good going.
So Christian Deploy getting past Chris Heineke. Just a little slowdown warning there for Chris. You can see the little white flag. And all that does is it just shows that he is slower than his normal anticipated pace. But there's a man in 2nd place and 3rd place right behind him. And with 2.5 hours left to go, we have a race once again.
Race is on.
So
Deploy is catching up rapidly now. He is absolutely throwing that car around. He's already down under 2 seconds, 1.8 seconds, and he can actually see that McLaren's well in his sights now, Dill.
That last lap, there was a 1 second time gain there from Christian onto the back of Meyer on Fleming Bauer, and I'm looking at his name and I'm saying Meyer, because now I've got the red Teletubby stuck in my head as being Meyer. Thank you, Tinnis. Look what you've done.
And everything just went upside down.
Yo. And there are so many inappropriate things you can say about those 4 characters.
It's a kid show. We need to keep it tidy.
Exactly. So last lap there for Fleming, 144.8, so a 0.8 gain there from Christian. The question is, does Fleming try and defend, or does he just let him go and hope that at the double stint, because I'm assuming if Fleming's going to double stint and then give the car back to Henry for the last stint and hopefully not need to pit and can get that McLaren all the way to the end.
Although I think what you do now in the race has a big impact on how what happens towards the end, later part of the race. So I can't see that he's going to give up that position without a good fight. Absolutely racing for position on track. So, yes, might be a double stint, but the more you can hold him up now, the less work has to take place later on in the race. So I think that you're going to see a very as much as Deploy is obviously just got so much legs on that yellow McLaren. I think he's going to try his best.
That's quite deep.
To keep him and squeeze him and do what he needs to do. Ride the widest McLaren that you can possibly find in the dealership.
So that's the position
him.
lost there already, and it did look like Fleming had just got that entry a little bit wrong. We are able to go back through the Celtic Tuning Midrand recap. Let's just see if we can get it at the different angle. So you can see that it was actually Fleming who just clipped a little bit of that curb, which just pushed that car wide, and Christian did everything perfectly there, got that car turned in on the power, and was able to get the drive up on the inside, and it was actually an easy overtake in the end there.
I think Fleming was just pushing a little bit too hard. I think he had full intentions to try and keep that BMW behind him for as long as possible. One mistake, one corner, the next corner you pay the price. All of a sudden, door opens up, and there, Deploy was ready to pounce and take that spot away from him, and actually made it look quite easy. It's just with a little bit of pressure.
So I'm seeing a position change with Lucas Chabert over Stephen Smith. So not sure whether there was anything, if Stephen went off, or is it just that Lucas has been ticking down the laps and has got that place up.
I think he had quite a bit of distance on them, so something must have happened. Maybe a mistake or something. I wasn't sure that he had done that drive through, but you confirmed that he has done that. So
yep,
definitely wasn't lost time. Must have made a mistake, run wide, or just Lucas is just pushing and pulled the trigger.
So what I am looking at is the gap now between Daniel de Villiers and Rob van der Heever. So Daniel is making up just about 2 seconds a lap on Rob ahead of him, with 10 seconds to go. So within the next six to 7 laps,
on his bumper,
will be on his bumper. And Tinus saying thanks very much for his participation in the Teletubby jokes there. And he says that aerial will stay in my mind forever. Jeez, they're not joking.
It's really cool to have the interaction with not only the spectators, but obviously the drivers sitting in the stream. Also, just while they wait to do their stint, at least they're interacting, and people obviously, they have their say, and obviously throw in a few remarks on that. It's good. The interaction is really, really cool, and I think it's critical. For a good show. I mean, this is exactly what it is. This is a show. It's a race. It's a show. It's entertainment. All of that sort of thing. So you're getting, outside views, different opinions, and I think it makes for a great Saturday night.
Adrian Bond, but we all know him as AD. Yeah, he's saying that he's still here. Still looking good, guys. Thank you, AD. Give us a little emoji stream there. Give us a sentence, and let's see if we can crack your emojis.
Now, that's somebody who has not raced for a while. AD. Wind up the PC, get the hamster running inside that box there, and come back and join us. We miss you, man. We need you to come back and race with us and do get some events going again. No excuse. Bring you and your butts.
So, race on here, Mr. Wolford, because Chris Heineke is 1.3 seconds behind Nico Zafiris. 2.5 hours to go, and I say catching indeed. So Nico's fastest lap there is a 1:55.6 compared to Chris at a 1:55.7, but Nico's last lap was a 1:59.0. That was 3 seconds that Chris had caught up on him.
Yeah, and Chris down the back straight there just looks like he's absolutely flying. I don't know if Zafiris has got some sort of problem, or if he's picked up some sort of damage that we've missed. Maybe, I don't know. He's just definitely scrubbed off a lot of pace in the last 2 or 3 laps.
So I am looking at my cameraman and saying, did you pick up anything? So we haven't seen that. What we will see is coming out of the next couple of corners, when they cross the start-finish line, what their times were. But at now down to 1 second, Nico is definitely losing time to Chris at a rapid rate here.
Chris has obviously got the bit between his teeth. He's like, now he smells blood. He's obviously wanting now that position.
So Nico is back, I say, up to pace, 56.3, Chris 55.9. So we're still able to pull out just under a half a second there, knowing that there are some other little numbers behind it. And Tina's saying he's not driving, so he's having a gin and listening to our beautiful voices. Oh, Tina's, thanks, man. And giving us childhood nightmares of the Teletubbies. So, Henry, you're going to need to start telling us which one of the Teletubbies on their car is Fleming Bauer. Ruin has actually made a pretty interesting point there, saying it's weird seeing Chris in a Ferrari.
It is, him and Marius. They are two stellar guys that are always in the Porsche. So Chris is doing a good job in a car that he never really gets involved in. He's as I said, he's always been a Porsche guy. So in fact, I lie. Porsche, and sometimes he just grins and bears and decides to take the Bentley, just for I won't say it, coconuts and giggles. But
well, they did the 24 hours of the Nürburgring with Raceface in the Bentley.
Yeah, exactly. So new territory for him as well. Him and Marius Botma, always in Porsche. So good job to both of them.
Someone's disconnected. We are down to 11. It's Steven Smith. We have lost Steven Smith. Ferrari's OP, had one season in it, but my heart is Macca. Well, there we go. Tinnis, it would be very strange to see a blue and white Ferrari. Just don't think that works. I think the blue and white McLaren that you drive with that big number 18 on the side definitely works. So it looks like Nico's pulled finger here, because he's now pulled 0.6 on Chris Heineke. 55.4 there, Chris 56.0.
He must have had a big moment there that sent him off track or something, where he lost a good 2 or 3 seconds on that one lap, which obviously allowed Chris to get in striking distance. But yeah, he's obviously just found his rhythm again, and he's now peeling off the laps that he needs to, maintaining a good rhythm around the track.
Well, I don't think either one of these are going to be taking the challenge lightly. Nico's going to be wanting to pull away. Chris is going to be wanting to claw back some time, because after all, this is fighting for 6th and 5th place. Here with 2.5 hours left to go. We can't really say. I suppose this is still the 12 hour of Paul Ricard. It's just we were only racing for so long.
We spent 6 hours sorting out the server and things like that, and 6 hours of racing. So yeah, it's still 12 hours effectively.
6.5 hours. Remember, we had an hour of racing in the rain, just because we wanted rain at SARCO.
Just to get the guys, make sure that they're awake and ready to go. Quick warm up in the rain, and then a dry race just to really throw a spanner in the works. I see Steven Smith has rejoined.
Yeah, we've just got some confirmation through the back office. They had a disconnect, but Steven is now back in and wanting to finish the race.
Oh, good job. Glad that they managed to get that sorted out and get back out again.
Which now puts Marius Botma, Ruan, and Jason Farmer. We still don't know if Jason Farmer's got connection yet or anything like that, but they now currently in the prize fund.
Show me the money.
And fortunately, we like to share the love at SARCO, and we are paying down to 10th place, and we know down at 10th it's not I suppose it's the equivalent of getting a 250 Rand Steam voucher, which we will give another one away a little bit later, so stay tuned.
Yeah, I think the fact that we can, that there's some sort of fund, it just, you know what it does? I think when you got guys that are disconnected, they get that demotivation and think, oh, well, we're out of it. It's time to call it a day. We've disconnected or disconnected twice, whatever, drive-throughs, etc. And I think what that does is it just keeps the guys in the race because they know, hey, we've got something to race for. And at the moment, the top 10 are all going to be getting something, which is I think is very, very cool. And once again, a huge shout out to NAG and everyone else and SARCO for putting this race together. I think anyone who hasn't had a good time, that's their own fault.
I will take my hats off to that and agree with your sentiment. Thank you very much. And Nico looking back from his rear wing at Chris Heineke, and that last lap Chris did pull back 0.1 of a second. We'll watch as they cross the line. So 56.0 versus 55.9, another 0.1 clawed back. So these guys are having an almighty battle, and I'm sure Chris is loving this challenge and hunting them down.
Yeah, the one thing about Chris, he doesn't give up for anything. So if you can see that Ferrari ahead of him, see. And, we've got 2.5 hours to go. You're going 0.1. Eventually, yes, it takes a bit of time, but without any mistakes in that, all of a sudden, it's race on. You're right on the guy again. So we'll have to monitor. I think we've got to keep an eye on those lap times of those two cars. And I think you're going to see, in boxing 1 for 1, and I think that's what you're going to see. Faster lap, slower lap, faster lap, slower lap. I think that's how it's going to pan out at this moment.
So Christian Deploy has got himself ahead of Fleming Bauer by just on about 8 seconds. But he does have 30 seconds is the gap between himself. Christian's got a little slow down, not just because coming up to some traffic. But you see the little white flag coming up and pass there quite safely. I wonder whether that was Nico just coming off the power, because that has got Chris just about right behind him again. And Chris has made up, looked like it's about 2 tenths there. Ooh, Chris looked like he went a little bit too deep there. Yeah, because that's 1.3 was the gap before he went in, and then all of a sudden done. Back to 2.
Definitely cost him a bit of time.
Yeah, comment here from Ruan saying, well done, Stephen, let's finish the race. And that's so awesome to see one of the stable house teams showing support there for the fellow racers. But the one that really got me interested is Ruan Heineke said at 12:30 last night, Chris and Mark were still testing cars. So they hadn't decided what car they were going to be driving for what should have been 12 hours with less than 12 hours to go.
Yeah, and this is a race where you've got to make sure that the car is suited to every driver. You can't just go and say, well, we're choosing this, and all of a sudden you got one driver that's absolutely sublime in the car and the other guys are absolutely battling in the car. So they obviously tested and found that for both of them, the Ferrari is the one that makes the most sense.
So that was Daniel de Villiers trying to get the power down, that rear having a little tank slapper, but now he's going to have to get out of the way to allow the race leader to come through, which is now going to give Rob just a little bit of breathing space. As we watch Tommy navigate, you can see Rob taking the wider line, but that's going to now open up the door, because now Daniel de Villiers is going to be right behind Rob, and this is one of the things that happens when you've got other traffic that you're navigating. You still have your own battle, yet you got to be cautious and courteous for the race leader. And Rob,
Rob unfortunately made a mistake after late braking.
Whether that was watching the mirrors, but going into turn number 1, we'll see here Rob going a little bit too deep and allowing Daniel de Villiers to take that place quite effortlessly in the end. Looked like Rob just missed the braking. . So I wonder whether that's linked to the tires, because we should be pretty close to. Let's just go check here quickly. So in terms of the stint, Rob van der Heever, he is currently, it has done 1 hour and 2 minutes.
So he's got to be ready to come in now and put some fresh rub on.
Correct.
Yeah, I think that's why. I mean, he was absolutely sublime on the brakes there, but I think that just now with the grip levels probably at its worst now, he just couldn't get the car to settle through the corner there and rotate and get it set up for the right-hander after that left-hander. So unfortunate, but as I say, monstrous braking, but just eventually the car said no more.
So Terry, just in terms of having a look at Chris and Nico, what is the one thing that is going to change this battle completely?
Well, I think that, I mean, obviously these guys are running like for like on their pace. If you ask me now, there's nothing in it. There's absolutely nothing in it. So it's now the one thing that I would say is probably the undercuts. The person who has it in them to decide, okay, let's take the risk and go and pit first, get onto fresh rubber and start peeling off lap times. As I say that,
what if I help you and say, what about a drive-through? Sorry, I had some inside information. Yeah.
Wow.
Sorry, Terry, that was terrible of me.
And yeah, I thought, as I said, the person who pulls the trigger to go and pit first, but not that type of pit.
Not that pit, no. This is a drive-through for Nico, unfortunately, which is now going to leave him in the clutches. Oh, did Daniel go past him already? No, Daniel's a left down. Daniel's a left down. Okay, so Nico is now out of the pits. With now,
what a pity, man. We were on for such a good race there.
Releasing Chris Heineke, who now has that 30-second advantage over him.
Oh, what a pity. That was destined to be a good race. I mean, the guys are just absolutely even on their lap times. You know, 0.1 here, 0.2 there, and what a pity.
What a pity it was indeed. But now Nico and his team are going to have to find something special to really make up the rest of that time that has now been lost.
Yeah.
But we do know that Werner Skuman will be coming back into the car a little bit later, and he was pretty racy and did get them up into 5th place. Werner also himself had a drive-through. So they are now 1 for 1, and if you take that essentially the 30 seconds that you lose for that drive-through, add on that minute, and they would have been like between 25 and 30 seconds just behind Andres Serodio.
Yeah, it's a pity. And that's what happens. The tires, you know, as you start working, as the tires work and sort of come to the end of their life, you start seeing that you just don't have that grip to get it through. You start running wide, track limit starts kicking in, and all of a sudden, boom, there it is. The 30-second drive-through penalty that you don't want has unfortunately hit you and taken away a good race, I think.
Yeah, 100%. And I just know from my own personal experiences that I've hit that drive-through. I'm now frustrated with myself. You go in, you just miss your entry, and then all of a sudden now it's a stop-go penalty. And that's just some of the things that you need to be avoiding so that it doesn't change your mindset and that you are able to just get it done, reset, and move from there.
Yeah, absolutely. Clear your mind and just start over and, like you said, hit that reset button and get out there and do what you need to do.
So 2 hours and 14 minutes left to go If there are any drivers that want to come and jump in, tell us how the race has gone from their perspective. What are some of the interesting little tactics that you guys are working on? Myself and Terrio here. Come and join us. We'd love to get your view of how the race is currently going.
Yeah, that'll be good. Let's get some drivers in here. And guys, if you're sitting there and you're watching the stream, waiting for your time to drive or just finished, come jump in here with us. We've got a lot of questions and we need to get some good answers.
And generally with some good questions and good answers come even better questions.
Well, with good questions, good answers comes prizes from NAG as well. So we'll get some drivers in here, let the drivers ask the questions and give some prizes away, Dill.
Yeah, I'm very happy to do that. So we have Fleming Bauer, who is now 15 seconds behind Christian Deploy. And I'd love to know what's happening in the Teletubbies camp, or sorry, the Eleanor Tubbies camp, is to find out if Fleming is going to be double stinting, or is he going to get Henry to be jumping in next? That's a big question.
Yeah, so at the end of the day, somebody's going to get a 2-hour stint and somebody's going to get a 1-hour stint because we're sitting on 2 hours and 13 minutes to go. So I would hazard a guess that they might say, right, put Henry back in, double stint it, take it over the finish line.
Okay. Henry, your message has been seen and noted. Thank you very much. I will definitely sort that out. My apologies. Okay, Henry, on the stream, let us know. Just drop us a message. Fleming, is he double stinting?
We've got our answer yet.
No, I'm waiting with anticipation.
I don't think we're going to get the answer. This is all around the strategy.
I know.
I certainly wouldn't give you the answer until after the race. But I think Henry's sitting there. Why is Dylan even asking that? He's not getting the answer.
He's like, maybe they're still chatting. That's a very, very diplomatic answer. Wow.
You know, like in Formula One, everybody else listens to everyone's radio communications, you know, pit stops, strategy, the whole lot. I think he's sitting there saying, there's no ways. We're not letting on anything here. This is ours. We're taking it to the end of the race.
They said, yeah, these tires are not working. Meanwhile, he goes and he hooks up the fastest lap of the race.
Yeah, exactly.
Hamilton did that very, very often during his reign. I don't know if you noticed that, Terry.
Bluff.
That corner 7 is the amount of corner that the guys are taking there is phenomenal, specifically on the inside. And that was the one thing that I have done, which I wasn't quite sure. It always seems like everybody kind of misses it, but rather lets the car run wide. Where for me, I always attack the inside as tight as I can there.
Well, I've been watching the guys lap after lap, and funny enough, where I took note of that was in the rain, how they, you know, you don't want to be riding on paint too much, but that specific corner, the guys were clipping that curb, and I think, Dole, correct me if I'm wrong, but I think the guys are clipping that inside as to not run wide, because I think that's the one place where if you try and skip and not jump the curb there a bit, you run wide, all of a sudden you get the track limits warning as well. So you're almost trying to straighten up that corner as much as possible by clipping that inside curb. And I think that's also one of the reasons that the guys are carrying such speed at the end of the straight, is because they're clipping there, straightening it up. The more you use the actual tarmac and not the curb, you're just scrubbing off that extra exit speed that you need to get you down the back straight at max speed, you know?
Yeah, and I 100% agree with you. There is quite an interesting thing there, is that on the inside, we'll actually just jump keep watching Fleming as he goes through there, because he does take a lot of the curb, but it looks like there's a little bit of a dip there. But then surely that little dip is now scrubbing speed as well, as opposed to you just going through a flat surface.
You see, the thing is that if you can straighten up, the more you can straighten up these
See,
corners.
check at that. So that's taking a lot. It looked like that his right-hand wheel was inside the white line, which was actually off the track, which for me is out of the track, and clearly the game thinks that is within the realms of the track. So
Absolutely.
use
And
it.
I don't know if you saw his exit there, but he certainly kept the car within the limits of the track on exiting that section out on the outside side of the straight. So it's obviously the guys are cautious around making sure that they don't get those track limit penalties. When you start seeing one, you see two, and all of a sudden you have to change your driving style. You don't quite have that commitment that you do when you know you're clear and you don't really have any of those penalties hanging over your head.
Well, I always believe that it is maximum attack for as long as you can get away with it.
Exactly, but then all of a sudden, like we've seen, guys are getting these drive-through penalties. Frustrating, anger. Yeah, obviously, you just sit there and say, geez, what have I done now? I've just wasted 30 seconds of good running because I've run wide or just gone over a curb that I shouldn't have.
So we are at a very interesting phase of this race now with 2 hours and 8 minutes to go. The reason I'm saying interesting is because depending on who has a very, very good fuel consumption / tire ratio, is that they might only need to stop once more. And we'll get to the end where others who have got that just a little bit wrong might need to be putting in an extra stop. So
I think you're going to see a lot of guys coming in now to try and run that that full stint, the 2 hours all the way through. I think you're going to see a lot of guys sort of banking on that, putting on the new tires, filling the car up and say, right, that's it, we're done. The person who's in the car now brings it to the finish line.
I just don't know if if a car can run 2 hours. I think the guys were saying about 90 minutes with a push.
Okay. At max power.
Exactly. So those that are out of sync and have to pit now will need to pit again.
Okay.
So Henry's saying an hour and 15, which means that provided they're able to get into that an hour and 15 with 30, so that means it looks like everybody would possibly need to pit twice. But then you see, this is what I'm saying. Rowan's saying the Fez can do 120, so it can do that's 80 minutes. Sure.
Yeah, let's see. I think you might see guys jumping in for two.
That's 100. Yeah, 120 minutes is 2 hours. So
2 hours, correct? Yeah. Yeah, you might find that Rowan and them are very smart. You might find that they've turned the map down a little bit to run that extra time, because obviously timing for the pits is a huge amount of time lost. If you can keep it on the track and just scrub a little bit of power off on the engine and it can run the 2 hours stint, then I think that's styling. Now you're gonna see a lot of guys trying to run that 2 hours till the end, with fresh tires.
If you can say, Henry in the background, I don't know if you Henry Fleming in the background, that rear got a little bit.
Few moments.
But the thing is that if you look at where Fleming is and look at where Christian is that if one of them can save a pit stop, that's a position on the podium.
That's the race done. Absolutely. So maybe you're going to see these guys all turning their maps down to run as long as possible to eliminate that final pit stop, because we all know, Dill, what's a pit stop going to lose you? So you've got your pit entry, you're going to sit there, you're going to refuel, what are you losing, 60 seconds?
It's, let me just check the slowest one has been Fleming on a 65.7.
There you go. So that's a full minute already that you're losing in the pits there. So somebody's going to pull the trigger and I think they're going to have to do it soon. It's got to come soon. If you are going to do it, you've got to do it within that window of, like I say, right, let's go now, do the change the driver, or change the tires, put the full tank and go.
So now that I wonder whether the Ferraris will be looking at doing that, because
Exactly.
if we look at the manufacturers, it is from Chris down all the way to Marius. Those are your Ferraris, where the guys at the top, McLaren, BMW, they can't do that long stint.
And I mean, Chris at the moment, I think he's running at 71 seconds behind. So immediately at 65 seconds for a pit stop, all of a sudden this race becomes totally different.
100%.
I think you could be on for seeing a Ferrari win here if they get the strategy right.
No, because it's 90. That's then 100. That then becomes 100 minutes, which is
100.
still 40.
100 minutes.
Yeah, that's 100 minutes. No, man, 100 seconds. Jeez. Yeah, you know what I meant, though.
I understood you.
Thank you.
At 100 minutes, we got cars are going to be finishing tomorrow. We don't want that. So
not just 2 hours and 2 minutes ago. Well, I don't know if you remember. Back in the day, you could pick up the phone and you could dial a code, and then it would go at the beep. It will be 2:02.
You had Helen
40.
Nordia that would tell you the time. 1026.
Oh, is that the number?
Yeah.
That's crazy.
Some of us didn't have watches. We had to phone for the time.
And I just thought it was amazing that we could phone for the time. That was way before cell phones.
Yeah, absolutely. It was a dial-up, one of those dial-up phones. Toki will know. He's of that age. He probably used that a lot in his time.
Oh, gosh. So, where we're currently sitting, Terry, is Chris Heineke is in a better place than he really thinks, because I have some inside information which I've just seen, which I want to pass on to all of you. But I want to see whether he does it now. If he does it now, that's really going to change things, because Andres Rodeo has just given himself a drive-through, and that was very intense on their way in there, Andre. Yo.
We need to get Andre in when he's finished this stint. We need to ask him about that.
So there is Chris now coming down the back straight. Andre is in.
And you see Tommy's in as well.
So that would be... Yeah, that is a driver change.
Yeah.
So we are expecting to see Tariq
This
come
is
out.
a two-hour pit window.
So Andre has now come out. Where has that put Chris Heineke? Oh, wow. That is still quite a way away.
That's a lot further than I kind of expected.
So I was under the pressure. Oh, but I suppose it was... there was 60 seconds. The 60 seconds only comes in when there's a pit stop as 30 seconds traveling time.
Yeah. But there, he certainly made up 30 seconds on what he had he didn't have before.
Yeah, correct.
Yeah.
And Andre would still need to pit. So that is Chris Heineke coming out right in front of the race leader.
That's Tommy.
For now, we'll just wait till it goes past the sector, and then
We have deploy in the... do we?
there we go. So Yes, there we go. That is Tariq Adam, one of the individuals who has been most forthcoming in assisting with us through the day.
Yeah, I know. He's
Other than everybody else's patience, we've
gone above and beyond to assist. Yeah, thanks, Terry. It was awesome what you did there, just to assist the guys to get this race up and running properly.
What is happening with Bauer? Oh, so he is. Oh, that was very smart there from Marius. Realized that he was going quickly, but understanding that that was a quicker car, and just slotting in behind him. Just want to see whether it is Henry or whether this is a double stint here from Fleming, because that pit stop is a 66.0.
66.0, so full tank of gas with tires. Could have done a driver change or...
Yep. So there we go. Henry Mayer in the car.
Yeah. Okay, so I think Henry's doing the double stint till the end. Obviously with a pit stop.
Will Henry be able to catch up the 35 seconds to Tariq ahead? But the person that he is definitely going to have his eye on is Christian Deploy, who is currently in second place. So once Christian has done his pit stop, we'll get a better idea of how close that battle is for second place.
Race is starting to get exciting.
And this is what always happens. It always gets down like near the end and things start coming together, and then all of a sudden it reveals the story.
And that's the thing, with endurance racing. Sometimes it looks like it's spread out, but there's such different strategies that all of a sudden you get to the last hour and everybody just comes together, and now all of a sudden the race is on. You have the sprint race to the end for the last hour of the night,
And that's without there being these weird drive-through penalties that you're giving yourself. Because that also, at the end, when you're pushing, and as much as you want to be going, I'm fine, just relax, just drive the car, doesn't go like that. So there we go.
Here we
Called it. So Christian Deploy now into the pits. Where is Henry Mayer?
Henry Mayer is still making his way onto the back straight.
Yes. So that was it's 53 seconds before Christian went in. So we currently have another 30 seconds, another 40 seconds plus some change for Christian to come out. So Christian now has dropped down to second place, with Tariq now taking the new lead. Here comes Henry into turn number 9. Christian still has about 10 seconds stationary, maybe 14 seconds, and then he is out. So that is the fastest pit stop that we have seen yet. That is a 64.7.
4.7.
So that gap is now...
That's making sure you're in your box properly. No mistakes, no running forward, no cutting short.
Straight up, straight down, and off he goes. So we'll see the new split in terms of the time as Henry crosses the line. So that time is now down into... It keeps dropping to 20, just under 20 seconds. Now it resets to 31 seconds. Marius Botma currently into the pits for a refueling and driver change, and I wonder whether we'll see Jason Farmer. I know that he's had some issues with his connection, but whether it will be Ruan to come in, and can he get this car to the end?
Yeah, 1 minute, 1 hour and 54. I think they can run that car to the end. with the right engine mode, you lose a little bit of time on the track, but you're not going to lose that monstrous 60 odd plus seconds in the pits for another pit stop and refuel.
So we've got a farmer saying, damn, missed it all, internet been down since 4:30. Farmer, we've registered you twice. So unfortunate.
Yeah,
but
not for the
glad
sake
that
of
you...
trying.
Yeah, it definitely wasn't due to lack of effort, that's for sure. But we're happy that you're here. So Tariq, having done his quickest lap, 54.2, and that was on his last lap.
Mighty.
Christian, as I say, that he is currently 0.6 up on his delta. So that's knowing that he has now come out of the pits, with his last lap being a 2:47. Henry is slower on the exit. Must have just slowed down there. Andres Rodeo going into the pits there currently. And will it be an Isham or a Mohat scenario, knowing that they can possibly run for an hour and 15 minutes with the last 45-minute sprint by one of their other drivers?
They've obviously calculated and worked everything out, so let's see what the guys have got up their sleeve. Bill, I'm going to be heading off. I'll come and join you for the last few minutes of the race, just to close it off.
Awesome.
I'll catch up with you in a little while.
Thank you very much, Terry. We'll chat soon.
Chat soon.
So 1 hour and 51 minutes to go. And we're almost getting to the point now where we are approaching the normal SARCO race time. I must say it has been cloudy for quite some time, and it looks like the sun has now started coming up. I did think that it might be getting into the night time, but it does look like it is quite late afternoon there. So Chris Haneke, one of the cars that still needs to have a pit stop, who does have Mohat Musa and Nico behind him. And Nico getting that drive-through penalty, and unfortunately just breaking that close battle between himself and Chris. So I think we should give away another MAG magazine. If you would like a NAG magazine, just let us know and say you want one, and we will send you one. We do still have one more Steam voucher to come up later on. We'll do that in the last hour. But let's get some more magazines in your hands. So Chris Haneke now into the pits, which now allows Nico to go ahead, as well as Mohat. Just checking our other monitor. No time penalties or anything there added for Chris. So it looks like just a straightforward pit. Possibly the driver change back to Mark Hennebury. Rob van der Heever in 8th place. One position up from where they started as a team. Ooh, Daniel de Villiers going up one place ahead of Chris Heineke. So there's still that question, is that will some of the other cars still need to pit, and will the BMWs, will the Ferraris be able to get to the end? That's definitely the question I'm looking forward to have answered. Tennis, I got your message. Unfortunately, I'm not speaking your APO offshore code. Might need to just spell it out for me. So still, the fastest man on track is the man in shot. At 1:53.7, Christian Duploy is a mammoth pace and has taken 1 second out of Tariq Adam, who is the man leading. And that gap now down to 21.2 seconds. Just saw the two cars coming together. It was just Rob making way for our race leader. So Chris Heineke in 7th place. We saw that was Daniel de Villiers just going past at the top of the screen there. 5.1 seconds. Oh wait, when I talk like this. Oh yeah. All I do is I just push the bass button in my voice. Watch like this. Oh yeah. No, there's no button, I promise. So 5.4 seconds is the gap now between Chris Heineke and Daniel de Villiers. But does Daniel still need to pit is the question. Yes, because Daniel is on 3 pit stops and has taken the drive-through. Rob van der Heever in the pits currently. And he is 2 laps ahead of Lucas Hubert, who is currently in 9th place. And the Ruan and Marius combination down in 10th place, 2 laps behind after their disconnections. So yellow flag there for Rob, just coming out of the pits. We heard a car coming up behind him, and I think that is Daniel de Villiers. Yes, it is. And these two were fighting for position earlier on in the stint. You can start seeing the glare on that track. The sun is getting very low. Those cars almost look like they're floating. It doesn't even look like they're making contact to the ground anymore. Well, from here it's all good, but from that other angle... All right, everyone. We'll get the commentary team back in for the last hour and 20 minutes or so. Just want to get some food in us, and we will be back shortly. Well, let's just see what happens after Nico does his pit. Where does he come out? Giving that car back to Werner Skuman, because I'm pretty sure that Werner is going to be having his head down to try and catch Chris Heineke in that Ferrari ahead of him. Daniel De Villiers also still needs to pit, so I'm almost assuming that they'll do it now. Because then that's 1 hour 45. Ooh, doesn't do it now. So out of sync compared to the other Ferraris, unless they have been able to make it go a little bit longer, so they don't have to manage too much of the fuel. So there, Chris Heineke now has moved up into 6th place. Nico into 7th. Should be moving now. So up and at it. And pit exit at 68.9 total stop. So a loss of about 2 seconds there off Chris. Alright guys, we will be back in the next 20 minutes or so. Just going to grab a bite to eat. And we will see you then. Stand by. Okay, 1 hour and 20 minutes left to go. And my heart is absolutely breaking for Chris Haneke, saying quite a DC power failure. No! So there is Mark Hennebury in 8th place, 1 lap down behind Gerard Pretorius. That is absolutely devastating. If ever something cannot go your way, Chris, apologies. Henry Mayer said my load cell went out. So it looks like this track has been extremely hard on the competitors here this evening. Just catching up in terms of where the cars are and the positions. Tariq Adams is still leading there for Genesis Esports. Second place, Christian Deploy for the Genesis Academy. He is ahead of Mohat Musa. Currently in 3rd place. Fleming Bauer, 4th place there for him. So it looks like Henry Mayer will be out for the rest of this, meaning that Fleming Bauer, it's all up to him. So, Henry, does that mean that Fleming will have to stop again just to top up fuel, and away you go, away he goes, and not give that car back to you? 4th place is Nico, so he had needed to do that pit stop, that drive-through penalty earlier on fight with Chris Haneke, and has got himself back up into 5th, knowing that the Van der Skuman still needs to come in. Alan Patterson, he's in the car now, having taken over from Daniel Tennis. It was actually 2 cheese rolls with ham, a very, very good cheese with mayo and Dijon mustard, because we are racing at Paul Ricard. After all, we've got to have something French. And like I said, it's not a can of Coke, it's a bottle Coke. And we have now smashed 3 liters of the stuff, which is very out of character for me, considering the healthier options I like to take for my endeavors of being a, inverted commas, professional sportsman. Oh, and the chocolate that's on the side. Gerard Pretorius, the 7th place there for him, up 2 from where he had started the race. Still no sign there, guys. Let us know, are you running to the end, or will Etienne need to come in? We know that Rob gave that car over to Gerard earlier on. Then Mark Hennebury, having taken over from Chris. You can see there, a 1 lap down to Gerard, so pretty unfortunate there for him. Then in 9th place is Lucas Hubert, down 1 from where they had qualified. And in 10th place is Ruan Haneke, and the I don't want to say the tryhards, because that's not the right word, but the team that has come together, they are still there. They had their own disconnects, yet they are out. They are still racing, out on track, I should say. Let me just finish my sentence. They are out on track. They are still there. They are still fighting. And an hour and 15 minutes to go, because this is now in a normal SARCO race length is all that we have left. Tennis. You can check a Malani. By the way, I say Dijon mustard. So thank you, Rob, and not Rob's wife, giving us information there. Etienne will be doing our last stint. So I believe that it would probably be about a little 30-minute driver change and then a 30-minute splash to the end. Have I got my estimation right there a bit? Or am I giving away too many trade secrets? Sure, talk about a race that has been up and down the entire time. And even though the numbers are pegged at 11, there definitely has been drama through this race. They are the diehards indeed. But that car does sound amazing. Let's just appreciate the sun. Look at that sunset. So that's what's the drivers are going to be dealing with now for the last hour or so. Just these little blinding flashes of sunlight. Just what you want when the racing gets nice and tight at the end. I'll tell you what, Stephen and Matthew, just for your die-hard effort, I'm going to throw a NAG magazine at the both of you. That! Take that. So Steve and I are going into the second last corner. You can just see how that sun just pierces you in the eye. So it looks like a pit entry there for Stephen. Doesn't look like any drive through on my side, so maybe it is the last pit stop there for Stephen, handing the car over to Matthew, letting Matthew bring that car home. Oh, that was a typical cameraman move there. We changed to the camera, the car had already gone past. So, Christian's last lap time 154.1. That is 0.06 off his fastest lap time of the stint. So really keeping those times nice and low with only an hour and 10 minutes to go. And this is where it does start all making up all the little things that happened during the race early on. This is where it all starts coming together. So we've got Mark Hennebury in the pits.
G'day, boys.
Good day, Stevie.
How are we?
We are great. I don't know if you heard on the live stream, is that
Yes.
for your efforts, we have decided to give yourself and Matthew a NAG magazine for
Thank you very
your
much.
never die fighting effort.
Yeah, geez, we've had a a rough one. Oh, geez, but thank you very much.
Stephen, just in terms of you jumping in with Matthew, having had absolutely no previous experience with him as a person, let alone
Yeah.
going and spending a car for 5.5 hours.
Yeah. So look, no, Matt is a good guy. He's also didn't have much practice with the car. Jumped in, did the setup with him. He tried to get a couple of laps in, and yeah, I think for someone that hasn't practiced with the car, is doing pretty well.
Oh, he hasn't driven the car at all because he had
Yeah.
entered in the McLaren and did the first hour race in the rain, and then come to the restart, and now he's driving in in an Aston Martin.
Yeah, I know. Look, my heart goes out to him. He's done freaking well. So yeah, that's why I said to him, listen, it's like the last hour, 10 minutes. Do you want to take it home? He says, yeah, sure, bring it. I was like, cool, all yours.
Oh, that's absolutely fantastic. So I'm sure when you just dropped that news that we're going to give him a NAG magazine, I'm sure he'll be pretty chuffed with that.
Oh, don't worry, I will tell him that.
And Stephen, just in terms of like the strategies and that sort of thing, how much fuel were you getting out of the car? Like what sort of fuel consumption were you using?
We were on a fuel lap. We were filling the tank. It's 113 liters. So our fuel consumption was 2.95. Yeah, wasn't as big as the Ferraris. I think the Ferraris did go on a little bit of a longer stint. So yeah, I think with our DC it also like helped a bit because I think we would have to do a little bit of a splash and dash at the end.
So it
yeah.
basically got you back into sync with the end of the race. Well, listen,
Yes.
talk about getting back into sync with the end of the race. Is Alan Patterson, who's currently in 6th place, is 25 seconds behind the man in screen, Nico. And I've got word that Nico's just got himself a drive-through. So that
Yeah, I
race
see
for
that.
5th and 6th place is going to be absolutely wide open, and I'm sure Alan Patterson is extremely happy for that because that's not the first time that Nico has given himself a drive-through.
Yeah, I think it's just guys are getting tired now. Been long hours behind the wheel, and also the sun. The sun is in a spot where it just catches you, and you literally can't see that curb. So you're literally braking too soon, or you're braking a little bit too late. So yeah.
So here we go. That's Nico now into the pits. Where is Mr. Alan Patterson now? Heading into turn number 12. Then now into this hard braking zone into 13. Get the car rotated back on the power. Has Nico got near the pit exit? There is the exit. Where is Alan Patterson? There is the pit exit. He's going to come out just ahead. But there you go. That is now the fight for 5th and 6th place. It is going to be an almighty battle for 5th and 6th now. I see Fleming Bauer in the car. I don't even know what W is in Afrikaans. Stephen, help me. Ask my babes. What is the W in Afrikaans?
I know, babes is asleep.
Oh, I suppose.
Yeah, babes is asleep.
I suppose my Moshari is also looking at me through one eye, like, are you done yet? I'm like, no, nowhere near.
W. No, I'm not too sure in Afrikaans.
Yo. I don't even know how to pronounce it because it's WT, but he was talking to me in Afrikaans earlier, so it can't be WT. It's, and I want to say Veer, but Veer is V. Is it double V? Double VT.
Yeah. I don't know.
Yes, I'm lost, eh? I'm lost. Well, anyway. Ooh. What was happening there? Just got a slower flag warning there from Christian Duplessis. Christian Deploy. I'm right. Oh, there was right. Double veer. Double veer tier. Daar vat hy. Gee my manne brannery.
Oh man.
So, Stephen, are you going to be recruiting Matthew for your next endurance race?
We'll probably have a few words. Probably join Jason and me in the next one, because I'm pretty sure Jason will be keen to do the next enduro. But yeah, we've always got a spot for another driver in our side, so I don't see why not. He's always there, wanting to learn, wanting to drive. So don't know why we can't give the guy a seat.
100%. So in terms of cars, I know that you've done a lot of time in the Ferrari, the changeover to the Aston, very different driving style.
Yes, very different driving style. A lot smoother than the Ferrari, where the Ferrari you could actually just smash it into the gears and it'll slow down. The Aston, you literally can't smash into the gears, else you start getting engine damage. So you literally gotta coast it down nicely into the gears. I think the Aston is easier to drive.
So I say, okay, so I've always, the first car that I drove when I came into ACC was always the Aston. That was the car I wanted to drive, but I did fall in love with the Porsche. I just love that heavy rear, which kind of felt like driving a go-kart, where you could get the brakes in, you slam in the front and you let that rear just rotate you. I was very happy to drive a car like that until I fell in love with the Ferrari. But my next generation, like moving away from Ferrari, I do love the Aston. I do find that just on the brakes, you got to brake it much more in a straight line, release, turn in, let the car turn in first, then on the power, where I found that the Ferrari you can trail brake a lot more, get it turned in and get on the power way earlier.
Yes, and straight line speed, I think the Ferrari is also faster. The Aston's not as quick down the main straight, but does quite well in the cornering, and I think it catches the Ferrari nicely.
So with an hour to go, what are some of the words of advice you would be giving to Matthew? Is it more of, come on, almost there, start pushing, go as hard as you can, or is it just, let's just get back, just bring it home?
Just finish the race. Don't wreck the car. If you feel that you can push a little bit, push, but don't overdo it. Don't get any drive-throughs or anything like that. Let the other guys get the drive-throughs, then maybe we can catch up in places.
Well, that's exactly what has happened to Alan Patterson, who's now up into 5th place. Nico got himself a drive-through, but that race is still very much on, because 3.8 seconds is the gap there. And Nico did go half a second slower that last lap, so still some time to be made up, but still very much a race on there. 3.3 seconds now, so he made up some time through that sector.
It's still a good race there for 5th and 6th.
Lucas saying the sun is brutal, and saying it's actually reflecting off the racetrack. That's that's pretty interesting.
No, riding a cockpit view is a nightmare.
Well,
the sun is so bright.
I suppose that time the sun has gone down, so we would have missed that full effect.
Yes.
But from a driving in the day, driving at the night, do you like that driving at the night?
I love the night. The night, you gotta know your track, because if you just like arrive and drive and you have no idea, those corners can come out of nowhere. So I love the nighttime. I think it brings out how well you know your car. Is your tire pressures all right? Because those temperatures at night just drop, and then you need to crank up the tire pressures and get them right.
So here's an interesting comment from Talks. He said the AMR is his first love, but it's actually hard to keep it competitive against the BMWs and the Ferrari. What are your thoughts? So if you had to have a race now, Ferrari versus Aston, where would you be putting your money, Stevie?
Depends on what track.
Well, we're racing here now. We're at Paul Ricard.
So, Paul Ricard, I still go with the Aston.
So is the Aston now your newfound love?
Well, it's growing upon me. I think the first time that Jason said I should give it a try, I was very negative about it, and I think I just started falling in love with it again. So I think the Aston is my choice.
So Chris Heineke has given a comment which I I must say I kind of expected it to go that way, but he said Ferrari versus Aston. Just pause for dramatic effect. I picked the Porsche.
Of course he would. He's found a lot of pace in that Porsche. Jeez.
Oh, so it is. Oh, I see what the comment is. So we just say fear, or we say double fear tier. You can ask my babes tomorrow, Miss Stevie. How's that?
No, don't worry. I'll do that for you guys.
Okay, there we go. It's film, guys. Come on, it's film. It's half a day. Now we know. Oh, and I wanted to do a 1 hour countdown, like a New Year's Eve countdown, and I missed it. Oh, that's what happens when you start talking rubbish. But everybody, we are now officially in the last hour of the 12th hour of Paul Ricard debacle. 6.5 hour race. Because that's how much racing time we have had. Oh wait, plus the half an hour for the practice and the half an hour qualifying. So technically we've had 7 hours of track time. And that's my story, and I'm going to stick to it.
It's a pity that rain didn't come back.
Yes. But, this is the beauty about having these mixed conditions, is that you never know what is going to happen until it happens.
Yeah, and I think it's keeps all the drivers on their toes. Like, do you go with a hybrid setup, keep your car mediocre, so if it does rain, your car will still be pretty good in the rain? Or do you set up your car just for the dry and have it all nice and fast, and when it starts raining, you start falling out the bus?
So my take on this is that since they've done that, the 19.1... Whoa!
There's a little bit of contact.
What do you mean contact? That was him by himself. Let's just go back and have a little quick look there. So going into the corner. Oh wait, hold on. Oh, I suppose. So here we go. So this is Tariq going into turn 12. He just it sounded like the accelerated. The traction control didn't engage at all, and it spun him around and sent him off. So that's pretty interesting, because now the gap between first and second, that was sitting at 17 seconds, that's now dropped down to 12, because it's a 1:58 for Tariq on that last lap, where Christian has just done the fastest lap of the race at a 1:53.9. So it is that the Genesis Academy team saying, hold on, there's a little crack in the armor. Let's go hunt them down.
Oh, it's going to be interesting. Little mistake like that, getting close to the end of the race.
Because at 12.5 seconds, and okay, so we would need to see what the next lap time would be, because that will give us an indication of how many laps Christian would require to close down Tariq. The other thing is who will be the next drivers, because I can't remember if they were in sync to actually make the pit stop or not.
Okay.
So this, I don't think the story has had its final roll of the dice just yet.
Just to make racing a little bit more interesting.
So Nico is still 6 seconds behind Alan Patterson, and Alan is just pulling 0.1, 0.2 every lap there. So just making it a little bit harder for Nico to get back into that 5th place. In terms of the track temps, it is now no longer sunny, and the track temperature has dropped down to 16 degrees. Air temp 16 degrees. So that's definitely getting your tire strategies and the tire pressures a little bit more interesting.
Yeah, it is.
So where is Christian? There we go. So another fastest lap. Last lap round, a 53.79. So that gap now 12 seconds. And where Tariq thought he had done a good lap out of 54.2, still lost out 0.4 of a second to Christian. Mohat Musa into pits, so this would be the final stop for the Project Vapor guys. Where is Fleming? So this is now Fleming coming out of the last corner. Where will Mohat Musa come out? So he is now moving. So that is the aerial view. Wow! That does not get closer than that. Holy cow, that was extremely close. Can go back and have a little look-see. We can actually get it from Fleming's point of view. So that is him now coming over the start-finish line. And you can see getting ready to go out. Then Musa comes. Fleming gets out of the way from the white line and moves up that position. And it is Isham Domingo who is in the car. So Isham will be the one that will bring it home for a Project Vapor. But there is still the last throw of the dice here. Some of the guys will still need to pit, because they're not going to be able to get those cars home to the end just yet. So Andre is saying, Goat Mingo. So I'm assuming that Andre Goes Racing is actually Andre Serodio.
Yeah.
just a question. You never know. So Isham on round number 1, he managed to get his first SARCO win under his belt.
Oh wow!
on round 1, race number 2 at Nürburgring. Yeah.
Oh, the one that I missed out on.
Unlucky there, Stevie.
Yeah.
Track is starting to get cooler even more.
Yeah.
The track is starting to get darker. The sun has gone away, so there's no more complaining about, the sun's in my eyes, I can't see the track, it's reflecting. Imagine if it was raining now.
Oh, jeez. I would love that. Yeah, just to see the guys now going for that last bit. Slap on some wet. And yeah, it'll bring out a lot of the drivers' skill.
So, there we go. This is what we want to see. So, Tariq is in the pits, so there will be the last 48 minutes or so, a sprint to the end. Christian Deploy, another fastest lap, last lap, 153.73.
Oh.
So he is really taking this challenge to side by side there. Oh, that was an early touch of the curb there for Matthew. But that was a horrible place to get the overtake. But Matthew, don't go in there, Matthew. Holy cow. Shoo-wee. I'm fine. I'm fine.
It didn't sound like it for a minute.
Yo, that seemed very, very close there. Because this is what it looked like from you can just see how close that was. That was a lot closer than it definitely looked like. But I suppose from that angle, it was exaggerated. But no harm done, no foul, so we move on from there. So it's all going to come down to when Christian comes into the pits. And once he comes out, where does that put him in terms of a time? It was sitting at like 21 seconds. Is there still chance for him to close that gap? He is currently in first place, but is there just a splash and dash that is required? Because looking at Tariq, that was a driver change.
Oh, wow.
Because it's and no, not necessarily, sorry, not necessarily. But Christian is going to have to put on tires unless he splashes and tries to hold on those tires for the next oh, that was close. Yowzers. Sean Domingo around the outside of Fleming. And I think that's going to make a pretty decent replay. If I push the replay button, of course. I think it's getting to a point where it is tight. Okay, so, ooh, there we go. That's what that little jolt was that made it look closer than it actually was. And yeah. So Andre says it might be. What I'm saying is I'm just asking for a friend, you know. And that's exactly the laughing faces that he's put there. So, oh, what's going on here?
Oh.
That's weird.
Yeah.
Okay, stand by. Let me just click on somebody else. Okay. Yo. So, yeah, that is Fleming, who is having a little bit of a stutter there. Henry, I hope you've seen that and it doesn't turn into a disaster for you guys. Let me just go back and see. Yeah. We are getting some weird glitchiness there from Fleming. Alan Patterson is 77 seconds away there. But here we go. Because Tariq has now taken first place back. Let's see what the gap is from a Christian Deploy once they go through the first sector point, because that was 20 seconds or so. That time down to 11.5 seconds. Stevie, we've got a race on here.
No, definitely, I can see that.
With 11.5 seconds, we got 44 minutes left to go. 44 minutes at a 250. We're looking at, take that, divide by 2. That's 21 laps, 22 laps. 23 at a push. And if Christian is taking out, even if it's half a second, for 22 laps, you know what's happening? He's going to be right behind Tariq. So it's all going to be about how consistently Christian is able to close up and close the gap. But as I say that, Tariq Adam goes and does a 153.6.
Sure.
So a new purple lap there. You can see that fastest sector 1, fastest sector 2, and fastest sector 3 for himself. And that's exactly 0.100 seconds quicker than Christian's fastest lap previously.
There's some quick times.
So Christian has now done a 202.7, having exited the pits. So that's a 202.49, and at 11.7 seconds. Let's see what this next lap is going to bring. Has Fleming, no, I was going to say, has Fleming's line just stabilized a bit, but it's very...
Oh, very... I won't say jittery, because the jittery's gone away.
So that was Isham Domingo's line there as well. Between him and Fleming, it's doing weird shaking stuff. Yet, if we look up on our backup line and the backup screen, it is all looking good.
Yeah.
So let me just cycle through this quickly. Maybe that's what's causing it. So Henry's saying everything is going wrong for the Tubbies. Let's just jump back there and see if the Tubbies are still jumping up and down. Okay, see, I'm not getting a smooth playback yet on the screen next to me. It's all looking okay.
That's weird.
So there for Gerard, that's absolutely no issues there for him. And interestingly enough, I've lost my track map. Now I've got my track map back. Fantastic. Oh! Gerard whacking the little blue bollards there and sending him off. Now, I'm not getting a smooth playback on my side. But there's Ulrich de Jager, nice and smooth and steady. Come guys, only 40 minutes left of this race to go. Hang in there, boys, hang in there. So Henry, maybe the problem is on my side and it's not that you're cursed or doomed. But nice to see some cars close together. Gerard Pretorius now going into the pits. Nice frontal shot of the LTR car. And here comes Van Skuman from 7th place, so he's going to get himself ahead of Gerard, take that place back, and now up back into 6th, but still a good way behind Alan Patterson, knowing that Alan Patterson still needs to pit. But they have been on a much longer strategy than everybody else.
Yeah.
So just looking at the last lap comparison, Christian Deploy did take out 0.16, 0.26 of a second on Tariq. So that gap now, it was 11.8, is now 11.5.
Oh, okay, so there's another car to be watching.
We're just checking up on Fleming, and sure, that playback is not smooth on my side. And nor is it smooth for Isham Domingo. But there it's smooth. Oh no, it's not. It's just the angle of the car. Alan's looking good. Started in 11th place, up 6th places with him and his teammate Daniel de Villiers. And they are 83 seconds behind Fleming Bauer. And just behind him, or in front I should say, is Mark Hennebury. They were in 5th place, having disconnected and have dropped down the order to 8th place. Is that Ulrich de Joche unlapping himself? That's a pretty decent move there by Ulrich de Joche. And this replay brought to you by Celtic Tuning Midrand. All the details are in the description. We can see that. I wonder if there's some fuel saving happening there by Alan, because it almost looked like Alan was standing still there as Ulrich went past him. Gerard shaking and baking. It's pulling a Ricky Bobby. So, don't know what is going on with half the cars now doing this weird shaking thing. It's not happening on our other PC, and you can see it's like every second car. So, but in shot, Stevie, your teammate, currently he's just done his fastest lap at 1:57.3, and we are approaching the 30-minute mark left of this race.
Yeah, I see he's still pushing, like he needs to catch up to all 4 places. So look, I'm happy that he's pushing. I think he's getting a little bit more comfortable. Maybe watching me a little bit in the car, he's seeing some lines to take. On my side, he's still pushing like he's in it.
Well, that was one of the questions I'd asked Terry, is that do you push it to the end, or do you kind of just back off and kind of just bring it home? And one of the things that I find specifically for me in the go-karting is that as soon as you say, well, I don't need to push it, that's when you start making mistakes, because it's all about that rhythm. That if you're pushing at the limit and you're in a rhythm, even though you're technically pushing, you're not overdriving the car. You're just driving it to the ability that the car can take, whereas you slow down, then all of a sudden, oh, I've eased off, now I've braked too soon, now I've clipped the curb, now I've bounced the curb, So I generally prefer to just get into the race pace, and instead of putting that maximum attack and there's areas where you're taking risks, you pull the risk back, but you're still driving it as fast as you can.
Yeah, and I find if you ease off a bit, you start doing more mistakes than what you were actually just racing like normal. So yeah, maybe easing it off. Yeah, bringing the car home, but try and keep your same race pace.
And Daniel De Villiers, if you're watching, I don't want to panic you, but the average pit stop is 62 to 64 seconds. Vanner is currently catching Alan by nearly 3 seconds. You guys still need to put in that pit stop. And once Alan does that pit stop, you're going to have a very racy Vanner Skuman, according to the timing now, right in front of you. Can Alan bring this car home and drive it for the next 33 minutes without needing to pit? If not, my suggestion is you put that car in now, have a splash and dash. Don't do the full driver change, but if you're going to nurse the tires, you got to make sure that you don't have to do it because you're running out of time to challenge for that position. Hashtag just saying. Please note the comments of Dylan are not naturally the what is the word I'm looking for? It's not the views of SARCO as a community. Terms and conditions apply. Don't drink and drive. Be better. And whoever wants a NAG magazine, just say NAG magazine in the comments and I'll make sure you get one. It's a printed version of NAG magazine. It's worth $150.
It's something you don't have to go and buy.
100%. And not only that, we're going to deliver it directly to your house.
See, so what more can you ask for?
If Daniel De Villiers is going to be pitting Alan, that's what I want to know. Comments. Are they going to pit? Are they going to do a little splash and dash? Or are they going to try and change the tires? There we go. Rob van der Heever. NAG Mag is yours. So I'm just making sure. That is Rob van der Heever, and it's not Rob. It's Rob's wife. It's not Rob's. It's Rob's wife. Yeah. It's not Rob. I got it. Don't you have one? Okay, Brenda Dos Santos, you might as well have one. I'll get you one. NAG magazine. Fuchsia tongue out. You see, I can't see the actual picture, what it looks like. There we go. So whoever this Andre goes racing, whoever this Andre goes racing is, he can have a NAG mag as well. Oh, it is Rob. You see, I was right. So it is Rob. It's not Rob's wife. It's Rob. Okay.
Yeah, then it's not confusing a whole lot of people online. Yeah.
Well, now it's going to become a thing on the live stream.
Every time you see Rob, is it you, Rob? No, it's your wife.
No, but it says it's not Rob. It's Rob's wife. That's the name. That's what you made her profile. It's amazing.
Oh, jeez.
And just because I said, you know what would be a great profile is if you say, not Rob, it's Rob's wife. And then choose Bob. Yeah. The subscriber arrived. It's not Rob, it's Rob's wife. Because I said, hi Rob, but it was Rob's wife on Rob's account. You see?
Oh,
Wow.
wow.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. 30 minutes to go! Feels like New Year. Yowzers. Looking at the time, Van der Skuman 53 seconds. Oh, you see, she's fast asleep. Listen, I'm sure my mortuary is also fast asleep. I'm
Yeah, I think my kids are also fast asleep.
gonna have to tiptoe when I go inside there. Oh, there is something great waiting here in these last 30 minutes between this 5th and 6th place. I can just feel it. I'm looking at the numbers and the numbers are talking to me. So I was just checking in on Fleming to make sure that he wasn't shaking and baking. But Isham Domingo is also Ricky bobbing, so we'll stay away from there. 7.4 seconds is a gap between Fleming in 4th to that last spot on the podium. But Fleming losing a second that lap to Isham Goat Mingo, as Andres Herodio said. Well, alleged Andres Herodio. Some guy called Andre Goes Racing has called him Isham Goat Mingo. That's going to stick for the next SARCO race, that's for sure.
Definitely. It looks like Alan Patterson is actually fuel saving.
This is what I'm saying. I think they're trying to push it to the end.
Because I'm just looking in the gap between Matt and Patterson, and like he's catching a little bit, but he's also Matt's pulling away a little bit. So he's not at full potential. So yeah, that's why I think he's fuel saving.
Well, he's got to make 27 minutes, and that's why I was saying to Daniel is that you had that window where you could have pitted Alan, give him a splash and dash just so that he can get it to the end, but not risk needing to put on the tires and losing the full 60 seconds for a stop. Get in, put in 10 seconds of fuel, still have 20 seconds left, where now the fuel saving is getting Vander closer and closer and closer to them. Whereas if they had pulled the trigger earlier, get him in, splash and dash and go, they wouldn't be worrying about this. And that's my suspicion. I could have it completely wrong, but that's how I say. Maybe I've watched a lot of online racing that I can see these little things. So Daniel, please, if you're on the stream, just tell me, is that what's happening? Have I nailed your strategy? Because otherwise, Red Bull, I can put my hand up. I can apply for the job. Only if Daniel tells me I'm right. If I'm wrong, then I've got it wrong. Then there's no. Ooh. Now Christian's doing that weird shaky thing. But Christian, the reason I was on Christian is because he's down to 8.4 seconds. With 26 minutes to go, because Christian's been pulling just about a second on Tariq the last 4 laps.
Uh-huh.
I want to check something here quickly, because if I look at where is see, I know how long each of the pit stops have been and how long each of the drivers been driving. Yo, Ellen, you guys are gonna be so close at the end there. I think they're going to be about 10 minutes too short.
Oh, wow.
Chris Haneke saying, sitting in the dark, battery pack kaput after 8 hours, and keeping Mark company on his phone's Discord. While talking about backing your teammate, that is it in its truest form. Yo, I might be wrong, but if I look at Alan's and Daniel's previous time, is they were able to get 1 hour 22 out of that car, where now they're trying to push for an hour and 31. It's 10 minutes. Like I said, it's like 10 minutes. Yo, it is going to be an absolute cracker to the end, guys. I'm telling you now, it's going to be a cracker. Watch the space between Alan Patterson, who's currently in 5th, and Van der Skuman. Because they are trying to get this Ferrari to do an hour and 30 minutes doing fuel saving on the same set of tires, where my honest theory, splash and dash, get some fuel, and you're not risking slowing down, and you're not risking needing to go and do that right at the end. So
Yeah.
come, Daniel, we need to know. What are your calculations looking like? "23 minutes, guys." Christian Duploy, 7.9 seconds behind. So Christian's camera now doing the weird shake and bake Ricky Bobby. So is Isham Domingos in 3rd. Lemming Bauer doing the same. Alan, nice and cool as a cucumber. Van der Skuman, 41.5 seconds. So 30 seconds to drive in, 10 seconds splash and dash is 40 seconds. Yo. Gerda Pretorius, the 7th place, still doing Ricky Bobby shake and bake. Mark Hennebury with Discord co-pilot on his phone. Chris Heineke. So disconnecting out of 5th place there. Really looking good to bank some points here for the series. It'll have to come back for the next one.
Okay, so well, I'm gonna level with you. Let you do the last 21 minutes of the race.
21 minutes to go. Yeah. So
give my teammates a little bit of support.
Awesome, Stevie. Thanks for joining us. I'm
problem.
sure you'll be happy to hear that he has got himself a NAG magazine.
I will tell him that.
So 7.4 is the gap now between Christian and Tariq. Will we be able to get them in the same shot just yet? Let's have a look from the camera up in the helicam. Just looking at the top. Oh, there he is there. Just saw him coming past. And that is Christian Deploy. 7.1 seconds is the gap now. 20 minutes left to go. It is happening. Guys, what do you think? Is this going to be a photo finish between 1st and 2nd? Because after 5 hours and 10 minutes of racing, the gap is 7 seconds. 6.9, 7.1, 6.9. And a Christian Deploy pulling out another 0.6 of a second on Tariq that lap. Alan Patterson in 5th place. Now has Vanna Skuman 35.6 seconds behind him. It's at the stage now where Alan cannot afford to go and do the splash and dash. So if they've got their calculations wrong, they unfortunately are going to lose that spot to Vanna. Shake and bake because they're going so fast. Exactly. Ricky Bobby. So Alan will now cross the line to begin lap 158. Here's 158th. Lap time between Christian is now 6.3 seconds. We'll see what the time is when they cross the start-finish line. This is such a pity that this camera is doing this. Daniel, I know you guys are going to the end. I can see it. But have you got the calculations right? Can you still do it without risking that splash and dash? The splash and dash puts you now behind Van Skuman. That is the question. That is what we can't wait to see. And it is all going to come down and be revealed in the next 18 minutes. Because me looking at the stint, you needed to do an hour and 31 minutes in the car. Just checking that you've got those calculations right. Because there you go, the man in shot. Now 30.16 seconds. A splash and dash is 33 seconds plus the car going up and down. It's 37 seconds minimum. So how are you feeling, Daniel? Let us know. That gap between Christian and Tariq, 6.1 seconds, 17 minutes left to go. Christian taking out another 0.8 of Tariq ahead of him. It's now breaking within the 5-second mark. 5.9 is that gap. And to be honest, I think Daniel's punching some numbers on that calculator, just double checking whether they have got this right. Because looking at Alan's previous lap time, 2 minutes, that is probably going into turn 1 in 3rd gear and then short shifting into 4th. We're going to the end, Dylan. Yes, Daniel, that's what I want to hear. Van Skuman closed up that gap, 27.5 seconds. Christian Deploy, 5.6 seconds is what that timer is threatening. Christian still shaking and baking. So, just sorry, Isham, Mohat, and Andre, car shaking like that. Henry, there's Fleming, so he is still going. But that shaking of the cars, don't understand what that is. But Alan is going strong there. Last lap, 2 minutes. 2 minute 0.047. Vanna 25.5. Gerard Pretorius, he's also shaking and baking. Mark Hennebury, 8th place. And done really well there. He does have his Fleming Power in the pits. What? What? Daniel shouting for eco mode. Alan. Oh my god, it was going to be so close at the end there. Is this a splash and dash for Fleming? Where is Alan? Oh, so Alan, sorry, they were a lap down. Yo, that made a little bit more sense now.
Race done.
So we are 14 minutes left to go. And Terry, what we are watching is Alan Patterson is trying to pull out an hour and 31 in the Ferrari. They've now missed the window where they could go in and splash and dash ahead of Van Skuman, who's now 23 seconds. Daniel de Villiers is saying that they go into the end, but at the same time screaming for Alan to please keep that eco mode on. Alan's last lap before the 158 he did was a 2-minute flat. So and the way I said it is going into turn number 1 with third gear, then short shifting into fourth to try and not use any fuel whatsoever.
Proper lift and coast.
100%. And all they're trying to do is let this car live for another 13 minutes. Daniel, just drop how much fuel is left on the car at this point. And we'll help you with your calculations to see whether you guys are going to make it. It is definitely coming down to a very, very interesting end. 21 liters. Does that divide by 3 or 2.6? So the other thing that we need to be aware of is that Christian Duploy is 4.8 seconds behind Tariq. 12 minutes left to go. And has taken another half a second out. So it looks like Christian might have just left a little bit too late. But has had an almighty comeback. And that is the gap there between first and second. We should be able to get a shot of the Tariq going out of turn number 7. Right now, there he goes. And there in the background is Christian Deploy. So 11 minutes, 21 liters at 7.5 laps. Yowzers. I think you're going to need Eco Mode Plus. Daniel, I'm loving the gamble that you guys are taking because this is make or break for this position. And at the same time, Vander's closed down 18 seconds. Because Vander's carrying on. He did a 55.3 last lap versus Alan Patterson at a 58. So that's 3 seconds a lap there. If they continue at this pace, and if we get, 6 laps at 4 seconds, is 24 seconds. So either way, this is still race on for Vander to catch Alan. And for Alan to finish the race with the fuel. Oh goodness. So Tariq's last lap there, 153.8. Christian Deploy, 153.2. The gap from 4.8 now 4.1 seconds. And that's your gap for first and second place. Ten minutes left to go. 10 minutes left to go.
Bill, can you pull up a screen, please?
Can indeed. That's strange why that was not sharing. There we go. Sorry about that, Terry. I didn't even see. So 3.8 seconds to go. 8 minutes left. So it will be 4 laps plus this one. And did that, what I've just done, fixed what was happening with the cars. If that is the case. No. We're getting what is known as the shake and bake. They're going so fast that they're making the screen shake. So Alan Patterson has put the nail down. Has put his head down. Just popped a 55.9. Vanner 55.3. So this is probably when Alan's like, okay, I think we're safe. We better just go up a bit, because if we keep losing 4 to 5 seconds a lap, Van is going to close them down. I would just love to see how much fuel is left in that car with 7 minutes left to go. Because that gap now down to 16 seconds, and I'm watching an onboard, and Alan is being very gentle with that throttle.
So I take it, Bill, that Alan's going to be running on fumes by the time he takes that checkered flag.
That is 100% correct.
No, it's a good challenge, and I think that that's a good strategy. They obviously going to run it as lean as possible and try and make it to the line. But you know, you want to make sure that you get to the line as well. So I think Alan is obviously watching his fuel usage, and he's obviously worked out something that they kind of do have enough just to make it.
Yeah, so that last lap was a 3-second gain for Vanno. But where the gain was is 0.7, and that is Christian, who's right there behind Tariq, who now has a car between him and the first place. So now 3 seconds left to go, 6 minutes on the timer. Daniel is giving us all the calculations. There's 13 liters left. It is 2.65 per lap. You just gotta hope that they don't do 3 laps. Because he will cross the line with 2 liters, and if they have to do that extra lap, well, they are done. So, still, I'll tell you what, they're not feeling comfortable just yet. That nothing can go wrong there.
Yeah, so if Tariq lifts up pushes it a little bit and gets that extra lap, all of a sudden they are going from heroes to, well, I don't want to say it, but they're going to be scratching for the last few milliliters of fuel to get their car over the line.
They will be going from heroes to pushing the line from the other side of the track.
It would definitely be a push to pass, that's for sure.
That was what part of the endurance racing is all about. There's your battle for first and second. Just behind there, then slotted in the middle, there you go, is Vanna Skuman. 13 seconds is that gap. 4 4.75 minutes left. Check it that for fractions. But now Christian Deploy has got oh, that's hurting my eyes. There we go. Let's just get. He looks like he has got ahead. So Christian only has the one car, which is Vanna, to go. 12 seconds is the gap there. 2, 6, 3 is 18. Carry the 1 is 2, 4, 6, 7. 3 liters left. So that's one lap of fuel left. So Daniel, how long have you guys been fuel saving for is the question I have to decide that this is the time when we are gonna push to the end. We're gonna try and make the, and according to here is that the last time you guys pitted was on 4:04:40. It's the mirror. We finally got it. It's the mirror. Start of your stint. So exactly. So you had to make that last for 1 hour 30.06. And you've made it work. So from the beginning, it's just pulling those short shifts.
Goes into the corners.
And I guess that we now know the true capacity of how long a car can go. So Alan just putting a little bit quicker there, 157.1. And there, ladies and gentlemen, is the battle for first, and there's your second place.
Wow, this race has definitely turned, eh? We kind of thought there were some serious gaps, but all of a sudden, after strategy and that, the race is alive.
So
with, 2 minutes and 25 seconds to go.
And I'm pretty sure that the PWS are just groaning a sigh of relief. I've just seen on the telemetry Vanus Skuman drive through penalty.
Oh my word.
So he had 7 seconds left to go with this lap plus one more, and could have closed up. So that is now, Alan can just breathe that sigh of relief. Now just focus on getting the car home. But look at this. The battle for first and second is going to come down to the last lap. A gap of 1.5 seconds.
And coming down rapidly.
As Tariq now heads through turn number 12. He'll get that car braked and turned in for the last time at turn number 13. And begin the final lap here at the Paul Ricard 12-hour Racing for 7. So Alan Patterson going very slow. Happy to do a 202.9 now.
He's definitely slowed it up. He knows. So not taking any chances.
No, but he's smart. Because what he's done is he's now slotted behind the leaders and said, okay, if they finish, this is fine. But if he was ahead and they'd finish, he would still have another lap to go.
Oh, absolutely, yeah. Let them pass. Even if it's a lap down, still works out in the end.
So, and what we're going to see is, here's Vanus Skuman, who is now going to be overtaking Alan Patterson, but still has not done his drive-through. So,
yeah, it's too late to do that drive-through now, Dill.
There's not enough time for the drive-through, so that's going to add some time onto his lap. And I think it's 1.5 minutes, or it's 3 minutes. I can't remember. But there's Gerard Pretorius, who is behind Vanner at a minute. So
he'd be better off now taking the 30-second drive-through and finishing off the race.
100%. Well,
can he?
No, he can't, because he's now...
There's not enough time. Yeah, the race is done.
The race is done.
Oh, that's going to hurt.
So talk about a drama finish.
Talk about going slow around the corners. Definitely proper fuel saving mode now that Alan's finding himself in. But an amazing race. I mean, you know, they worked it out to the last milliliters, pretty much.
And well done to the Genesis Esports. That is first and second there for the Genesis Academy. Isham Domingo with Mohat Musa and supported by Andres Rodeo. They come home in third place. Fleming Bauer with Henry Mayer. Sorry, Henry. I don't know how the hell I got there. I'm thinking Mark Henry. He's the strongest man in the world. Anyway, Fleming Bauer coming across the line to take that fourth place. Alan Patterson, the come home coast king, fuel saver of note, gets himself into fifth place. Sixth place there for Vanna. We'll see what the penalty shows there. Is that just 30 seconds? Just 30 seconds there, so it's just the drive-through. Gerard Pretorius, he's going to come home in seventh place. The highest ranked team there for LTR. Mark Henry and Chris Haneke, a valiant effort there, gentlemen. Unfortunately, that disconnect just dropping them down the order, and that would have slotted them right there between Fleming and Allen. Ulrich de Jager in ninth place, down one from where they qualified, but managed to get the car home. And then in 10th place with Marius Ruan and Jason Farmer. Not yet. You got to wait till you cross the line, then you do that. But otherwise, mooi man Ruan, daar vat hy.
Yeah, finally.
Hou my bier vas, kyk hier die muur.
Yeah, well done, guys. Super race. I mean, everyone, great driving, and what a way to finish it off.
I'll say last but not least is Stephen and Matthew Carter coming together not even half an hour before the race and being able to complete that. Absolutely fantastic. If we can just get a note in the Discord just to get the top three in, I think well deserved of a chat. And we can then wrap up this evening. But before we do that, let's do this.
We feel you. There was nothing quite like paging through a new NAG magazine. The smell of those freshly printed pages, incredible game artwork, and of course, all the gaming and hardware insights you can handle. Did you know that the NAG magazine is back in print? Yes!
Grab the latest copy online. It's the 2023 annual edition, and each magazine is individually numbered. You can also look forward to an exclusive poster in each magazine, and there are 2 cover DVDs with exclusive game demos, apps, and many hidden Easter eggs. Get yours at shop.nag.co.za before they're all gone.
I want to talk to you. Daniel, I want to talk to you. So just as I finished our little racing intro, Daniel de Villiers jumps out of the chat. I had some words I wanted to ask him. Oh, there we go. We found him. Let's get them all in. Everybody, let's get everybody here. Where is Daniel? Give me Daniel. So, that was a very, very bold move at the end there, and you guys managed to pull it off. And I only just want to know, so the questions that I was asking, were you asking that of yourselves as well? Were you actually going to make it? Okay, so, and you were happy to go, Alan. The car is yours. I'm going to sit back, and at no point were you ever worried or feeling stressed or are we going to make it? Have we done the calculations right? Yep, absolutely fantastic. And what I did is I went into our little how long your last pit was when you had pitted, and it showed that you had to do 1 hour and 31 minutes in the stint. And what I was saying is that when you had 60 seconds, I'm like, well, just go in now, put in 10 seconds of fuel, which means that you don't have to fuel save. You're not going to have the tires, but you're still going to be able to get there.
You don't need to do a slash and dash if you can slow and consume less. So we changed the mapping on the car, and I'm quite good at fuel consumption and fuel saving, driving it smoothly. I'm a lot smoother than the other guys because the aliens are a little bit too quick, and we just managed to save enough, eh?
No, absolutely fantastic there, Alan. And just to the side, we have Chase's computer that's up, and we saw that you were going 3, 4, 5, 6. So absolutely well done there, and a great result there for you guys, considering you joined in with 30 minutes to go.
Yeah, pretty much. And then I tell you what, my pit stop, the changeover, I got to drive through because I went in and I was on the pit limit and I hit the button for the pit strat, and the pit limiter on off is the first line in the pit strat MFD screen, and I hit it and it went off. And I accelerated, and that's what the reason for the drive-through was.
Sorry, Daniel, we're saying that was you. We didn't realize that you'd given the car to Alan.
Yeah.
Absolutely well driven there, guys, and a great result. And listen, action and drama like this is exactly what we want in a long race like this.
Thanks, guys.
Thanks, guys.
Let's go to Project Vapor. Mohat, let's start off with you. Obviously, having put it on the podium, you 6 hours of waiting to get in the car, waiting to drive, waiting to give the car over to Isham, and then obviously you had a absolute cracker first hour in the rain, but then in the dry things were a little bit trickier, but managed to just let things work in your favor, keep the car nice and steady, and eventually bring it home.
Yeah, no, 100%, especially with what happened in the beginning. I mean, initially we couldn't really do driver swaps or anything, and then myself and Isham just decided, you know what, we might as well retire. And then, yeah, the server obviously bombed after that, and then we came back in. The rain was pretty much nice, I would say, because our car was more set up towards those types of conditions.
Yeah.
So it was a bit more stiff. And yeah, I guess that's where the pace came from in the wet. And then yeah, after that 6 hours, I guess it was just, let's see how it goes.
Isham, let's go to you. There was a comment that came from this guy called Andre Goes Racing, and there's a new name, Isham Goat Mingo. I quite like it. I think it's going to stick. Just in terms of your time in the car, I suppose that just knowing that you're losing time to the car ahead, is it more about just getting your head down, getting the consistency and bringing it to the end, than trying to challenge?
Yeah, man, exactly. Look, first of all, I'm so grateful and like proud just to be amongst all these legends on the same track. So, you know, amazing jobs to everybody. Well done. Awesome race. Unlucky, Henry Mayer and Fleming. I really feel for you guys, but also I'll take that third place. I know they had some problems, so yeah, really feel bad about that, but not too bad, you know. But yeah, we had fun out there. Like Moat said, had some issues in the beginning. Climbed back up in the rain, and it was all about maintaining pace. We knew the guys ahead of us were absolutely on one today. They were flying. So yeah, just so happy that we were able to bring it in safely in third place.
No, absolute great drive there. A quick word from you, Andre. You spent about 20 minutes with us in the comms box, and then was invited to go and do a race. So you got to do the best of both worlds today and managed to get it on the podium.
Yeah, I'll keep the yapping to a minimum. But no, it was great. I think just Moath and Isham just did a fantastic job. The setup was great. The driving was great. Everything was great. I mean, to even bounce back after the drive-through, it's great. We just did what we were supposed to do. And yeah, we just took advantage of situations that played into our favor. So yeah, really, really big ups to the team. I was just proud of them. They're great.
Yeah, well done, Project Vapor. Christian, I definitely think if ever there was a driver of the day, we definitely going to take our hats off. The way you were hunting down in those that last stint, man, to bring it right to the last lap to try and challenge for that first place. Absolutely great drive there from you.
20 seconds. Yeah, thank you very much. Yeah, we tried.
And unfortunately, that drive-through penalty didn't do you any good.
10 seconds.
And that was essentially the difference between you winning and finishing a second behind first.
Yeah, I think we can consider ourselves lucky anyway, because we opted for a dry setup, and that paid off in the end, even though just slightly not really. But yeah, the drive-through would have made a difference, but yeah, the other guys were pushing very hard as well. So if they had a drier setup, I think it wouldn't have been as close. So we got lucky there. But yeah, thanks to Genesis and Tariq and Cody and them for being good sports and letting us have a go. Because we were thinking about it for the last stint if we should try, because we were catching quite fast. And yeah, we just decided to go for it. And then poor Tariq, he's very, very sick as well. So he had to suffer quite a bit, which I enjoyed. But yeah, it was close, but no cigar.
It's keeping the veterans honest, isn't it?
Yeah, that's see if they still can.
100%. Let's go to you, Cody. I know that you were one of the drivers that was kind of waiting in the wings, banging your head, waiting to have a go, suffering through the silence with everyone behind the scenes, but was able to finally get onto the track and eventually put in the work and bring home that win.
Yeah, it was definitely eventful, trying to keep yourself busy watching F1. But yeah, only managed to do one stint. Wasn't the plan, but at the end, Tariq was the quicker one, and I think if I was the one driving, the boy probably would have got me. But we did opt towards a wet setup as the McLaren on a very low wing is undrivable in the wet, so we did lose some pace there. But I think he surprised us with his pace, but yeah.
Well, the first round of our NAG Endurance Series, and lots of lessons learned. But at least you guys take away the win, top of the standings there. Before we do sign off, a big thank you to all the fans that came and joined us on the stream, the comments that we had all through. Fantastic. Thank you to everybody for the support. Christian, for you, we are going to send you that 250 Rand Steam voucher for the driver of the day. You have got our vote. It was absolutely incredible to see. A big thank you to NAG, who is our sponsor behind the scenes and putting up the prize fund, as well as to Celtic Tuning, Midrand. The details are in the description if you want to find out more about going fast in real life. They can definitely help you. To my admin team behind the scenes, guys, thank you so much, as well as Terry. You were gonna opt in and help us here and there and end up spending most of the day with us. Really appreciate it. We do have our next event on the 8th of June, and that is 10 hours of racing, because we've called this the 12 hour of Paul Ricard, 7 hours of racing. But that'll be 10 hours of Suzuka racing, and we're almost sure lots of lessons learned. And a big thank you to all the drivers and teams coming together to help us get racing this today and getting the event finalized. So thank you, everyone. Guys, we'll see you in a couple of months' time for round number 2. And for those that do want to tune in, don't forget this coming Wednesday, round number 4 of our SARCO Wednesday Night League. It's going to be an absolute cracker. Thank you, everyone. I hope you have an absolute cracker.